right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard, the Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30, the 20. He will score.
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Over goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good!
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20. Touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's got it. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
All right, here, Craig Sandlin. I'm Reed Mouse. This is Chatterbox Bengals. We are live. Monday Night Football Edition. What a week in the Queen City. You know, like when you're a sports fan of a certain town, you pray for a time like this where football team's playing prime time, and then you got some playoff baseball here in the next couple of days. But tonight we're talking about the Cincinnati Bengals and the Denver Broncos. I'm Reed Mouse, along with Chatterbox Sports resident adjunct professor Craig. How are you doing today? I like thinking of you as an adjunct professor because just fill in wherever you need to be, and you do a fantastic job. Craig, how are you?
I appreciate that. I'm good, man. It's funny we had talked about potentially me jumping off the bench today.
Yeah.
And after you texted me that, I got to thinking, I was like, does he want to talk Monday Night Football or about the Reds playoff series? And I would have been ready for either one, but I didn't know for sure.
So the funny thing is that was before I knew if Trace was going to be on the show or not. So I had a whole bit planned where I was just not to like get people too far behind the curtain here. I was going to troll the heck out of the Reds for like 10, 15 minutes. And then I was going to have you on and like bring some light on the Reds. And then we're going to talk about the Bengals later. But that was my plan.
Well,
but here we are, Monday Night Football. Let's rock and roll, baby.
Here we are, Monday Night Football. And Bengals coming into this one 2-1, coming off of what was the most embarrassing loss in franchise history, 48-10 to the Minnesota Vikings. Quick look back on what happened in that one. Most importantly, the Vikings defense get 5 takeaways and turn 2 of those into touchdowns. Running back Jordan Mason, 16 carries, 116 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Backup quarterback Carson Wentz looked good, 14 of 20, 173 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Couple of defensive standouts, at least for me, Reed. Jordan Battle has really settled into that safety role and looks like he could be a piece for years to come. He had 7 tackles, including 5 solo in the Bengals loss. And then defensive tackle Chris Jenkins had a coming out party of sorts, 6 tackles, 2 of them solo, 1.5 sacks, and an additional sack for a loss, but obviously a disappointing loss nonetheless. And really the story of that one, Reed, was the takeaways. Jake Browning, 2 interceptions, lost fumbles by P. Ryan, Fant, and Jamar Chase obviously turned into 2 defensive touchdowns. Bengals got to get back on track this weekend protecting the ball.
It's a wise man told me before the game started last week. I'm not going to say who that wise man was, But a wise man told me that the key to the game was going to be takeovers. More importantly, the Bengals needing to protect the ball, and that wise man was absolutely right. When you have a backup quarterback, you understand that you're not going to have the offensive potency that you could have with a Joe Burrow. I'm okay with Joe Burrow turning the ball over if he's attempting to make big plays. I don't know if I'm in the same camp with that with Jake Browning. I like Jake Browning's spunk. I like Jake Browning's willingness to try and do those things. But at the same time, you realize, hey, you're limited. You're not the same player that Joe is, so you got to play a little more limited, right? We've got to protect the ball better because the ball is going to be a sacred thing, especially with our defense. And our defense has played well. They played okay. I know 48 points last week. Two defensive touchdowns led to 48 points. But our defense has played okay, but we understand that it's still not going to be a good defense. So we've got to hold on to the ball when we have it, make the most of it. We absolutely cannot give them the ball. Some of those things that happened last week, and this is me being positive, maybe even you can say living in La La Land fan. A lot of those things that happened last week are A, fixable, and B, kind of fluky, right? Yeah. Holding on to the ball, they just clearly, Vikings realized that this was an opportunity. They teach, let's hammer the ball, let's do all those things. That's easy to solve. It's right. It's just more points of contact on the football. You can solve those things. So I'm hoping that that's the case. I'm hoping that it was just fluky. I'm hoping that it was just one game and you can fix these things. At least that's what you can tell the team. But yeah, you've got to be able to hold on to the ball. Jake Browning, 5 interceptions in his 6.5 quarters playing. That's just not going to do it.
Yeah, the other story of this one, and one that we'll talk about more in depth later on in the show, but one that maybe not such an obvious fix. The Bengals continue to struggle in the running game. 21 carries for 53 yards as a team, good for just 2.5 yards per pop. Chase Brown, many expected him to come into this season and be a bell cow, be a fantasy workhorse, put up yards, put up touchdowns, catch the ball out of the backfield. Against the Vikings on Sunday, 10 carries, 3 yards. Was met in the background early and often in the backfield by that Vikings defense. That's another piece of this team that is going to have to get going. Disappointing to see them continue to struggle in that realm. But really, like you said, the game got away from them, really changed kind of a lot of the approach. So as much as it's not necessarily an easy fix, I think it's explainable for that game specifically. Now, the other two, I don't know so much, but certainly going to talk more about that as the show goes on and talk about this Bengals running game or lack thereof. But one thing that I know you wanted to talk about as we get ready for Monday Night Football in just about 20 minutes. Appreciate everybody joining. Reed Mouse and Craig Sandlin here for Chatterbox Bengals. Is Jake Browning. And we talked about him going into last week's show. We talked about, obviously, the need to keep control of the football. We talked about his previous experience. And we look at what he did against the Minnesota Vikings in week 3, 19 of 27, which is just over 70% completion percentage, but only 140 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, just a 63.8 QB rating for Jake Browning. And he's going to need a bounce back performance if the Bengals want to have a chance at winning this one tonight, Reed.
Yeah, I think I was frustrated when I mentioned this on streams in the past. I hold him to the same standard as Joe Burrow. That's not fair to him. It just purely isn't. I get frustrated though when I hear people outside of Cincinnati. I think I've pointed Rich Eisen out as saying like, oh, he's a top 20 quarterback, and people kind of believe this. I even saw the stat that since 2023, he has as many games throwing 325 yards as Patrick Mahomes, which is awesome for Jake Browning. But if you sit and watch every throw that he has, you understand that he is a limited quarterback. He doesn't have the arm strength that Joe Burrow has, and Joe Burrow doesn't have great arm strength. He doesn't have the accuracy that Joe Burrow has. He doesn't have all of these traits that can make him, a reliably great quarterback. You don't feel comfortable with him when it's 3rd and long. Like, it's 3rd and 8, and you're like, man, I don't know if we got this in us. Like, with Joe, it could be 3rd and 16, and in the back of your mind, you're thinking, all right, we can got a shot here, right? That doesn't happen with Jake. So he needs a bounce-back game. A big part of why he's been successful in the past has been kind of scheming. I remember in 2023, a lot of screenplays were used to our advantage, specifically in the Jags game and then in the Vikings game when Jake threw up enough balls to make some big plays to T. Higgins and whatnot. So it's going to be a big scheming thing. This is as big of an opportunity for Jake Browning to bounce back as it is for Zach Taylor and our offensive play callers to kind of get this team, this offense situated right. I don't know what your opinion is on this whole thing.
Yeah, well, I have a couple keys that I think are going to be really important for Jake Browning to have that bounce back game. And obviously, similar to last week, it starts with don't turn the ball over, right? The game last week got away. Jake Browning had the 2 interceptions. I don't think it was necessarily his fault that the game got away, but he is the quarterback. And quite frankly, his role in this offense is to be a game manager. Yes, he's had games where he's thrown for 325 yards, but that's not the expectation for him. Those are certain games are going to lead to him needing to do that. I don't expect tonight to be that kind of a game. The other thing that is going to be really important is to protect Jake Browning, right? The Bengals offensive line pass block win rate is 32nd in the NFL coming into this week.
How many teams in the NFL?
That'd be 32. Yeah, that'd be 32. So 32 out of 32. Oh, makes them last week.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you'll remember, which I'm sure you do, last year, the Denver Broncos sacked Joe Burrow 7 times in their matchup in 2024, including 3.5 sacks by Zach Allen. Now, obviously, this Bengals offensive line talked this week about needing to get better. You saw clips from Ted Karras and many others about taking responsibility and how they need to get better both in the passing and the blocking and the run game. And certainly that's something that we'll be looking for this week. But I have an interesting comparison for you, Reed, before I get to the third one, because the third one kind of leads into the next topic. But I have an interesting comparison for you. I want to go back to 2023. Okay. Joe Burrow gets hurt against the Baltimore Ravens. Okay. Jake Browning's first start comes week 12 of 2023 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, a game that they lost 16-10. Jake Browning in that game was 19 of 26 for 227 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, including an interception in the third quarter at the Pittsburgh 18-yard line when they were going in to score what could have been a 14-3 game, or at minimum a 10-3 game at that point. Instead, Pittsburgh picks them off. Ensuing drive, 14 plays, 79 yards, 7 minutes and 50 seconds off the clock. Touchdown Pittsburgh. They take a 10-7 lead at that point. Now, they go on. They lose that game 16-10. What happens the next week, Reed? Well, the next week is against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And when was that game played? Oh, on Monday Night Football. What happened in that game? Jake Browning went 32 of 37, 354 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, ran the ball twice for 22 yards and another touchdown. Oh, and by the way, that started a 3-game winning streak for your Cincinnati Bengals. So, for those people who want to come in and immediately write off Jake Browning, I'm going to turn to the last time that this man took the reins of this offense, and I'm going to look at that game that he struggled against the Pittsburgh Steelers, which had a very solid defense, just like the Vikings do, even though the Vikings didn't look great this past week against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to look at what he did the next week in his second start. And I'm going to have hope. And I'm going to choose to have that hope going into this week and hope that Jake Browning can lead your Cincinnati Bengals to a win on Monday Night Football in his second start of the season, just like he did in 2023.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Did I give you goosebumps? Goosebumps?
No. I was well aware of the Jake Browning era and how we started off against the Steelers, and we're like, we had hope going into that Steelers game, and then like it all just dissipated right then. It was like, this is terrible. And then we were playing with house money at that point, and we win 3 in a row. I'll tell you right now that if all of those things come true in the comparisons, you go on Monday Night Football, he throws for 350 yards, we have an incredible game, we win. And on top of that, we go on a 3 game win streak starting right now. Go ahead, looking at our next two opponents, go ahead and buy the AFC Championship ticket or the Super Bowl ticket if Joe Burrow comes back, because it's going to be valuable here in a couple of weeks. So go ahead and do that if we go on a 3-game win streak, or do it right now if we win this game in case we go on a 3-game win streak. I love all that. But, yeah, no, we've seen Jake play well. And that's where, as frustrated as I get as a Bengals fan at other people always talking about, he's a top 20 quarterback, he's the best backup in the league, which he might be the best backup in the league. But when I get frustrated about all of that, it's not to take away that, because he's earned that praise from other people because he has played really well. Namely, that Jacksonville Jaguars game that you talk about. Namely, the Vikings game the next week. I forget who we beat the third week of that one. I think it was not a very good team.
I can tell you it was Indianapolis.
Okay, yeah. We beat Indy in the third game. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then the third one was the third one, or the last one was Minnesota, that famous overtime win when Jake Browning had his post-game viral moment.
And that's where he's earned all of this. On top of that, he made some nice plays, even though he turned the ball over 3 times against Jacksonville this last time. He made some nice plays in that game. So he's earned the praise that he's gotten, but let's not go overboard. He still needs to, play within a system that I hope Zach Taylor dials up. I hope they get rid of the ball quickly. That was something that I keyed last game with the Minnesota Vikings. I knew they were going to blitz a lot. I would anticipate Denver tonight to blitz quite a bit too, because you're trying to shorten the processing power of an inexperienced quarterback. It's the same thing you do to a rookie. It's the same thing. You shorten the time that they have to process plays. You throw them different fronts, and you just try to confuse them as much. So I'd like to have shorter plays, shortened passing plays, and get the ball out of his hand as quickly as possible and get it in our playmakers' hands. And I think if we can do that, we've got a shot tonight, regardless of a 7.5-point spread.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the third key that I had for tonight, Reed, is an obvious one, right? The Bengals come into tonight dead last in the NFL in yards per game rushing, and it is an embarrassing margin between them and the next lowest. They are at 49.0 yards per game in the rushing department, which is embarrassing enough. The next lowest is Pittsburgh at 80 yards per game. If they want Jake Browning to be successful, if they want to slow down that Denver rush, that pass rush, that Zach Allen, the blitzing that they're going to bring, they're going to have to get Chase Brown going. They have a long run this year of just 12 yards, which was a run by Samaje Perine last week that resulted in a fumble. Only two teams, actually one team, the Miami Dolphins, have run the ball less than the Cincinnati Bengals this year. The Bengals have run it 61 times for 147 yards. Miami, 52 attempts for 269 yards. The Broncos, by the way, are the third least, 75 times for 387 yards. The interesting point here, the Bengals at just whatever that was, just over 2 yards per carry. Well, Miami and Denver are averaging 5.2 yards per carry. Obviously, those teams are running the ball a lot more effectively because they're running it a lot less than the Cincinnati Bengals are, or that the rest of the NFL is, but they're doing it effectively. And the Cincinnati Bengals are not doing it effectively. And for me, that becomes the key to tonight's game, right? The Bengals have to establish the run game in this one. Chase Brown has to get back on track to where we think he can be for the Cincinnati Bengals in 2025.
And this year, there's been one drive that I can think of where we've committed to running the ball at all, or at least maybe not committed, but have been successful at running the ball at all. And that was the first drive of the season against the Cleveland Browns, where we marched it right down the field. We gave the ball to Chase Brown 9 times in 12 plays, 7 on the ground, 2 in the air, and we scored a touchdown. Since then, it's been non-existent. And I remember thinking at that moment, it's the only thing that we've seen of the Bengals thus far that season. And you're like, this is a team that's committed to running the ball. This is a different Bengals team. And in years past, I've said, hey, I don't care if this Bengals team airs it out or is the highest passing offense in the league, because I understand that that's where our money is, right? That's quite literally where we put our money is a left tackle, a quarterback, and a couple wide receivers. And more on top of that with Mike Gesicki, Noah Fant, and all these guys. So that's where our money is. That's where we're trying to win the game. But with the backup quarterback, we understand, especially the way that this game is evolving kind of back into, working with a lot of 12 personnel and running the ball a lot. That's something we do not do at all. That we've got to be able to control the line of scrimmage, control the clock, keep our defense off the field, and sustain drive and be able to get 3-4 yards to at least make the defense commit to the box. If their defensive line, the 4 guys they put on the defensive line, is good enough to stop our run game, we will not be effective in any part of the game. We will not be effective in any part of the game. If their tackles, DNs, and then maybe a linebacker can shut down our run game, we cannot do anything. At that point, we cannot do anything. We've got to make the defense at least commit to stopping our run, putting an extra guy in the box, making a safety come down, or at least making our linebackers appear that there is a threat in stopping Chase Brown in this run game. Until then, we will continue to see what has been the worst graded offense this season. And that's not what we're supposed to be. That's not what this team identity is. We're 2-1, so I'm not upset about anything, but we will continue
you
to
sound
be
upset, Reed.
We'll continue to be a bad offense until we make the opposing team's defense commit to stopping our run. We don't have to be the Philadelphia Eagles or the Baltimore Ravens. We don't have to be that team. We don't have to run the ball more than anybody else in the league. We've just got to make the defense at least appear that there's a threat there.
Yeah. And you mentioned, obviously, the Broncos forcing them to put another man in the box. They come into tonight 20th in the NFL, allowing almost 115 yards per game on the ground to opposing offenses. Their run stop win rate is middle of the pack. They're 30%, 17th in the NFL. The problem is on the Bengals side. They have to figure this piece out. Chase Brown, 47 attempts for just 93 yards on the year so far. Bengals offensive line is going to be the key, though, right? We talked about they went out in this offseason, established, kind of sadly, but what is probably the best offensive line that they've had, at least in the Zach Taylor era, right? Sure. That best offensive line on paper that they put together is 27th in the NFL in run block win rate this year. So they're clearly not getting the job done when it comes to it. I already told you they're dead last in pass block win. They're 27th in run block win. So something has to change. This offensive line has to get more physical. They have to take advantage of the line, the neutral zone, and they have to win the trenches. And it's not just when they're on offense, Reed. This Bengals team, if they want to win tonight, at least for me, they have to win the trenches on defense as well. Bo Nix is going to, he's the second-year quarterback who has struggled so far this year. If the Bengals want to win tonight, it starts by stopping J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
Let me give you some stats here, Reed.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's fine. I'll give you a second to compose yourself.
No,
J.K. Dobbins,
I'm fine. I've got thoughts, but go ahead.
All right. J.K. Dobbins, 41 attempts, 222 yards on the season, 5.4 yards per carry. He's scored a touchdown in each of the team's first 3 games. Broncos run block win rate is middle of the road, 13th in the NFL. Bengals run stop win rate, though, 25th in the NFL. This is an opportunity for them to get right. I think they've got to take advantage, load the box, make Bo Nix beat them, and make sure that they're stopping J.K. Dobbins in this Broncos offense.
Yeah, Sean Payton as an offensive, he's one of the old head offensive coordinators that are still around, right? That have been thought of as a lauded offensive guy 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and even further. And like Sean Payton was that guy. In the mid-2000s, he was what we think of Ben Johnson or what we think of Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan now. Like, that's who Sean Payton is, and he's still that to this day. And he understands that he's got a quarterback that he believes in, Bo Nix, and I think you should believe in, I mean, he had a successful college career. His first year as a starter in the NFL, he takes your team to the playoffs. Like, you should believe in him. And to this point, Bo Nix has been the worst quarterback, at least graded by PFF this season. And how do you kind of help him out? You get the run game. It's the same thing we're talking about on our side. Like, Jake Browning's struggling right now. This offense is struggling, and it's got to establish a run game. Sean Payton is probably all week long looked at the tape of our defense, which has played okay, but hasn't been great. And we still understand that it's still probably not very good. And he's probably been salivating at the mouth thinking, all right, I can get J.K. Dobbins going early. I can get him going, and then we can open it up with Bo Nix later in the game. So you're absolutely right about we have to be able to limit their offense the same way that opposing teams limit us. You have to, or else this game could get ugly in a hurry.
Yeah, and Sean Payton famously earned Michael Thomas the nickname Slant Boy when he was with New Orleans because his offense focused so much on those quick slants and the screens to the running back. And so the value there is that most of Bo Nix's attempts are going to be within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. And so what that means is that you can crowd the box. And even if you have an extra man up in the box to stop the run, if they decide to throw, you're still loaded in the area where Bo Nix is most likely to throw. And so for me, at least, that lends you an opportunity, even if you're not blitzing, to play a zone shallow defense that still sets you up to stop the run while also defending against Bo Nix's most common attack in the passing game. And so now we talk about Bo Nix, and you brought him up. 2024, he kind of sliced and diced the Bengals up a little bit last year, and a little bit of a coming out party for him. 24 of 31, 219 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception. Marvin Mims in that game, 8 receptions, 103 yards, 2 touchdowns. One of them a 25-yarder, the other one a 51-yarder where he got behind, I believe it was Cam Taylor-Britt. Not that would be a surprise to anybody. But this is obviously, so far this year, Bo Nix has not looked like Bo Nix looked against the Bengals in 2024. So far, he's 61 of 95, 535 yards, 5 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He's averaging just 4.4 yards per attempt in the air game. And so that goes to what I'm saying. You talk about Sean Payton's offense and the way that he typically likes to attack defenses. A lot of the shallow screens, short passes out to the outside to get running backs into space, and talk a little bit about, I think you guys talked about it off the bench, but just trying to find, or maybe it was Stone, but trying to find creative ways to get the ball into Chase Brown's hands in space. The Broncos are going to do exactly that with their running backs as well, and their wide receivers who have a ton of speed out in space. So I'm interested to see what they do there and how they get ready for Bo Nix, because again, so far this year, he's been very good in short yardage game, but not so good deep down the field. A negative 18.1% completion percentage over expected on throws over 10 yards so far this year. So that means based on coverage and based on, space between the receiver and everything else, his completion percentage should be almost 20 points higher than it is this year based on the throws that he had. And so it's interesting. I don't know how much the Bengals are going to challenge him to beat them deep because he did it last year, but at the same time, he hasn't shown that this year. The other piece, Reed, that again goes towards kind of stopping the run, but the Broncos are not good on third down. 5th worst in the NFL, 32.4% conversion rate on third down so far. So if you win first and second down by stopping the run and keeping Bo Nix in those short passing situations, then it turns into an opportunity to win third down and get the ball back on defense.
We are in incredibly similar spots offensively as the Denver Broncos are. The only difference is they've had their starting quarterback. We're dealing with the backup quarterback, to where we're saying all the same things. Like, you've got to get the you got to get the run game going early to open up what you're able to do. Get the ball, in kind of unique positions to your playmakers, whether that be on our side, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, or, whether that be J.K. Dobbins and Cortland Sutton and those guys over on the Denver Broncos. We're all trying to do the same thing, which is, how can we get this offense to go? Because they've been in similar spots. How can we get this offense to go forward, keep moving the chains? And yeah, it's going to come down to who can stay ahead of schedule, whether that be, short passes early in early down situation or running the ball effectively. You mentioned screen plays and slant routes and those things that can get you to third and short or second and short and let you open it up over top. Whatever team is able to do that more effectively is simply going to win the game tonight. That's just point blank how it's going to go. We can, and you could say that's what happens every game, but with both teams, that's what they're stressing on the offensive side of the ball. Whoever can do that better, that's who's going to win.
Yep. Broadcast has come on, and we are getting ready for kickoff. Once again, we are Chatterbox Bengals, Reed Mouse, Craig Sandlin. Reed, let's finish it off with our best bet of the night and a prediction. We'll go quick as this game is getting ready to get underway. What do you got for tonight?
I think I did this last week, but I'm going to do it again. My best bet. Well, I really do like the Bengals, and I like the Bengals to cover, but I like Jamar Chase to get in the end zone. So that's my best bet. What about you?
There we go. Chase Brown is plus money to get 60-plus rushing yards at plus 108. I'm actually being bold. I'm going 70-plus, which will double my money at 197. I think he's going to pop a long one tonight. Bengals control the ball. They win a low-scoring affair, 23-16. Bengals are going to start the ball in this one. First play in action now is a screen patch out to Chase Brown, incomplete. And with that, I'm going to drop off. I'm going to leave you with Reed Mouse to walk you through this one. We appreciate you all joining. I'll be back with Andrew Collinsworth at halftime. Until then, Hoo Day.
Okay. All right, so the first play was an incomplete pass. We got a flag on the defense. It's an automatic first down, defensive holding. Wasn't a screen play. It was a last second just trying to get rid of it as the pocket collapsed. It was just a dump out there. But here we are. It's going to be 1st and 10 once again as I'm getting the score ahead of my head. Get this for you guys. So it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Fakes the handoff. It's a screen pass out to Jamar Chase that is blown up immediately. They read that one from a mile away. Screen game, it's like running the ball out of shotgun where when it works, like in it, they're both spread option or spread offense plays. When it works, you're like, yeah, why would that not work? But when it doesn't work, you're like, that's the dumbest play I've ever seen. So a screenplay that just gets absolutely nothing. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Jake Browning dropping back to pass. Dumps it once again to Chase Brown. Chase Brown sheds one tackler. He's brought down just short of the line to gain. There is a flag on the play on the far side of the field. We'll see what that is called. So waiting to see this. Looks like it was on Andre Yoshivas. I did not see what it was, but we'll see what's. I'm working on getting this screen or getting this score bug above my head. It's going to be 3rd and 1. Jake Browning takes the snap and gets the first down himself on the QB sneak. They're not afraid to do that QB sneak with Chase. They are not. Boom. There we go. All right, let's rock and roll, baby. I'm taking these bad boys off. Thank you so much for being here. 1st and 10 from the Broncos' 46-yard line. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. There's a hole. It's going to be a gain of 3 yards. You know what? We'll take it. I didn't get dinner tonight, but we'll drink our calories. I put a tweet out, and I mean this. And I mean this wholeheartedly. I feel so confident the Bengals are going to win this game. I have committed to running a mile for every point that the Bengals lose by if they lose. 2nd and 6. Jake Browning under center. Drew Sample in the backfield with Chase Brown. Send Yoshivas in motion. We play action. Going downfield, looking for Jamar Chase, who was slightly open, but a really nice play from Jones in their secondary. Ball just didn't get there enough. It looked like Chase was open slightly, but the ball wasn't given there enough time. Yeah, really nice play by the safety coming over from the middle of the field. He wasn't open. Yeah, it's Jones, the safety. So 3rd and 6. We took a shot on 2nd and 6. 4 wide. Man to the right of Jake Browning. Looking over to the sideline. And he's got T. Higgins on a jump ball over top. Too little. Jump ball to T. Higgins on the sideline for another Cincinnati Bengals first down. T. So far, it's pretty clear that the game plan has been just get it to the playmakers. Jamar Chase on a screen, Chase Brown on a screen, jump ball to T. Higgins. And that's what we have. We have playmakers. Keep giving them the ball. 1st and 10. Browning over the middle of the field. Completed pass. That is to Mitchell Tinsley. Tinsley with an early game appearance. It's a 9-yard gain. 2nd and 1. We trying something downfield? Second and 1. Bunch package, shotgun. Jake Browning with Brown to his left. We're at the 21-yard line. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He's got a hole. He's got the first down. It's a gain of 5 yards. Just off the right guard. We are in the red zone. If Jamar Chase is the first touchdown scorer, I will be going to playoff baseball tomorrow. 8 plays, 54 yards. Browning once again in shotgun. 2 men. Chase Brown to his right. He's got a lead blocker and Drew Sample. They try the edge. It's not there, but Chase Brown fights his way to get a gain of 2 yards. It was a stretch play out of shotgun. Really nice job by Denver in getting the backfield, but even better job of Chase Brown getting a gain of 2. Second and 8. Sends Chase Brown from out of the backfield. Looking for T. Higgins, who they have the completion. He's short of the line to gain. It's going to be 3rd and about 3 yards. He caught it about a yard shy of the first down marker. It was over the middle of the field. And the one thing about Jake Browning is when he's able to throw over the middle of the field, it opens up the rest of the offense. So it's going to be 3rd and 2. Browning's 5 for 6, 43 yards to start this one. Don't want to settle for 3 here. Drew Sample to Browning's right, Chase Brown to his left, both in the backfield. 3 wide, 2 to the open side of the field. The ball's on the right hash mark from the 7-yard line. Looking for T. Higgins to top, similar to the play that we ran on 3rd down earlier, but this one was for the end zone, and I just don't think Jake let the play develop quick enough. It's going to be 4th and 2, and we'll see if we'll take some points. I don't hate the play call there. Listen, jump balls, fades in the end zone are never fun. You'd wish you'd let a play develop a little more, and that's kind of what hurt Jake Browning right there, was he just didn't let the play develop quick enough. But it's a 26-yard attempt for Evan McPherson from the right hash mark. Got 1 second to snap. Snap is good. Kick is a low liner, but it's through the uprights. Bengals take a 3-0 lead. We do not sing the song when they kick field goals. We do not sing the song, but we do sing, I don't want to work. I want to bang on the drum all day. Some Todd Rundgren. 3-0 Bengals lead. That'll calm the nerves, right? Gives you a little bit of breathing room. I'm Reed Mouse. Thank you guys all for being here. Give us a like. I believe we're going to be doing watch-alongs. It's a really big week for Cincinnati. Monday Night Football tonight. I'll be taking you through this one. Obviously, game 1 of the wild card series down there at Chavez Ravine in Los Angeles. Tomorrow, late. Same thing on Wednesday. If there's going to be a game Thursday, same thing. And I believe that Chatterbox Reds is going to be doing a watch-along. Don't hold me to that, but they should be doing a watch-along, Trace and Nick Kirby. Me and Trace will be on Off the Bench tomorrow starting at 10. So, all right, 3-0. Would have preferred a touchdown. Jake Browning missed Chase for 2 touchdowns on that drive. I don't know. After I saw the replay of the pass that was broken up, it obviously developed slow, but I really do think that was a really nice play by that safety. A better quarterback probably gets that ball to him right as he's making the turn, right as Jamar Chase is making the turn. But a really nice play by Jones, their safety. I don't know the other play that you're talking about on Jamar Chase. Maybe the 3rd and short. Broncos will go 3 and out. Oh, baby, I hope so. Oh, woo! Oh, I hope so. Andrew Collinsworth and Craig Salin will be on the halftime show and the postgame show. I've got Grippo pretzels for our Cincinnati folks. I've got Grippo pretzels, no free ads, but I was snacking on them before the show started, and they're there, and they're so appetizing looking. I just want to grab them and start eating them, but that's just not going to be fun for you guys, so I'm not going to do it. So 3-0 from Mile High Stadium. The Kinsley catch. Chase was wide open on a drop slant. Okay, I didn't see that. Play call, AJ Worse is hammering Zach's play call, and I get it. You would like to see something a little more creative there. I just think that play call, I tend not to hate on play call because I think it is one of those things where you're always right, whatever you're saying about play call. Like, you can complain about it being a terrible play call, but when it works, so you don't get mad. So it's just a scenario in which you're always right. So I try to stay away from that. But every once in a while, I pull my hair out just like everyone else does. Kickoff attempt is fielded out at the 2-yard line. They're working down the left side of the line. It's brought out to the 30-yard. I don't know what you guys think about the kickoff return, but I thought it was exciting. I still think it's exciting. I like it. It's obviously creating more offense. I don't know what I think about it at the end games, though, because so many games are coming down to field goal kicks now, because even if you take a lead with a minute, they need 25 yards, 20 yards, 2 catches to get in field goal range, especially with kickers kicking the ball 60 yards now. So I don't know what needs to change, but not every football game should end in a kick. All right, 1st and 10, Denver Broncos offense taking over. They start at the 30-yard line, 12-man personnel. Offset eye. They hand the ball off to J.K. Dobbins. Dobbins is met a yard beyond the line of scrimmage and falls forward. And I think they stripped that ball. Did they strip that ball? I saw that them going after the ball right after he was met at the line. Bengals defensive players acted like they stripped the ball, but no call. It's going to be 2nd and 7. So now Bo Nix will go empty. 1 tight end. 4 wide. Nix dropping back to pass. He's flushed out of the pocket, working to his right, being chased by Myles Murphy. Completes a pass on the sideline. It's going to be short of the 1st down, but it's going to be not very far to gain, probably 3rd and 2. Nate Johnson, There's a guy called Cowboy Stats that's been hammering Zach Taylor for years on his decisions to go for it or not go for it on fourth down. 3rd and 2 from the 38-yard line. They got to get to the 40. One man in the backfield, bunch package, and they're going to use a timeout. Did they get it off in time? They did get a timeout, so the Denver Broncos going to use their first timeout of the game. 7:36 to play in the first quarter. So 3rd and 2. They showed, a jumbo package there. It was 12 personnel. Running is having a renaissance in the NFL just because defenses have gotten smaller and smaller over the years, more agile. They're realizing, hey, let's pound the rock. Yep, 12 personnel for the Denver Broncos. One man in the backfield. It's a pitch play out wide. They blow it up, and he's hit in the backfield. Not got to the line of gain. It's going to be 4th and short. Huge play. They tried the pitch play to the short side of the field. They get no yards. It's going to be a 3-and-out if they decide to punt. Hell yeah, D. Let's go score. Fire me up. Yeah, they do a pitch play to the weak side. And who was that? Was that B.J. Hill that blew up the right tackle? Or was that Chris Jenkins? Someone tell me if that was B.J. Hill or Chris Jenkins that blew up that right tackle. And blew up the entire play. Houday from C-Bus. Hell yeah. Houday. Houday from all over the world. And that's going to be a touchback. Bad punt from the Denver Broncos. And here we go. 6:48 to play. That's a 3-and-out, baby. We take it. We take it. A flag on us? Calling a flag on us? So it's going to be a flag on us, holding on 25 on the receiving team. It's going to be 1st and 10 after the touchback. Man, that's tough. Yeah, how is there a hold without a run back? I'm with you. I'm with you, WTI trader. Scott, glad to have you here, brother. And we're going to our first timeout. So here we go. Lots of likes. We need likes in the chat. Likes equals wins. One drive in. You guys ready for this? One drive in. We are outgaining them. Oh, no. One drive in. I'm just going to pull it up on my phone. One drive in, we are outgaining them 57-8. Let's keep adding to that. Let's go score here. Chance to score. If we can get a couple of first downs here, if we get, obviously the goal is to get a touchdown and we can go up 2 scores. But even if we can get a couple first downs and just keep our defense off the field, that's a pretty good win. Got a game tonight. Reds games Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe Thursday, and then we'll be back this Sunday with the live watch along at 4:30 for the Lions game. Also worth mentioning that we have Off the Bench and the Stone Shield show that goes live every single day, 10 and 11, each for an hour. So if you like Cincinnati sports, please come in and join us. All right, we're going to start our own 10-yard line. Yeah, we need to get a first down at the very least to win the field position battle. That hold's huge, man. Alumni leadership huddle. Now, how is Condoleezza Rice an alumni of... Oh, she's part owner of the Broncos. Okay, did not know that. I was like, how is Condoleezza Rice an alumni of the Denver Broncos? She never suited up. She never suited up back in the Elway days. You remember that story? Golly, remember that story when the Browns were looking for head coaches and someone, like a legit reporter, broke the story that the Browns were considering hiring Condoleezza Rice to be their head coach? Like from a legit reporter that came out. Hand off to Chase Brown. It's a gain of 5 yards. Looking pretty good on the run. If you guys don't know that story, please go look up Condoleezza Rice, Browns head coach. It was hilarious. What a fun day on Twitter. 2nd and 5. Out at the 15-yard line, Brown in the backfield. Drew Sample on the right side of the line. We got 3 wide receivers out there, including Andre Yoshivas. We're going downfield looking for Jamar Chase. Overthrown, and we got a flag thrown. That was felonious. That's a good call. Not a bad call. That's a great call. Huge. Moves us more than anything, even if we don't get points off this, it moves us out of our own side of the field so we don't have to play the field position game. Golly, that's huge. Called on Riley Moss. Yeah, he got a good tug on Jamar Chase's right shoulder. And you know what? Some people might say that's tic-tac. I think Jamar Chase might catch that if he doesn't pull that. I think Jamar Chase catches that. All right, 1st and 10. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Brown is brought down after a gain of 2 yards. Whistle is blown. Scramble for the ball after the play is killed. Second and 7. Ball on the 40-yard line. Jake Browning, high pass to Jamar Chase. Doesn't hit him in stride, but it is completed. Short of the line to gain. It's going to be 3rd and short. Yeah, Jalen Rivers is starting. 3rd and short. It's a big play here. Stepping up, we are going to pass the ball. 8 seconds to play. Jake Browning going back to the line. He's now got 5 seconds to get the snap off. 3rd and 2 from the left hash mark. Takes the snap. They send 4. He's looking downfield to T. Higgins. Tries once again. The jump ball to T. Incomplete over top. Hey, the jump ball worked the first time. We don't need to go to it every 3rd down, Zach. And we're going. We're going. So from the 40-yard line, 4th and 2. Jake Browning alone in the backfield. 5 men. He's now going to bring in Samaje Perine to his left. Ball's on the left hash mark. 5 seconds to get the snap off. Send Samaje out of the backfield. The D end moved, but so did right tackle. It's got to be on them. It's got to be on them. Ellis crossed the line. He crossed the line, and then Mims popped up to get him. Jake Browning with a wry smile. It's called on Ted Karras. Ted Karras called on the false start. Man. Can we show it again? Can we show it again? Show the play. Now we're going to punt it. Show the play. When did Karras move? Ryan Rico back to punt. Snap's good. Punt is off. And it's terrible. It's barely a 30-yard punt. Jesus! Also, did Ted Karras move? How do you... Oh, my God. What a terrible punt. What a turn of exciting 4th and 2. Ted Karras moved? The broadcast is calling BS on that call. Yeah, they should, because they got it wrong. And then we have a terrible punt, compounding mistakes. First, the mistake by the officials, then by us. It's hard to beat the Broncos and the refs. Golly. Sorry, I'm getting worked up. It's just bull junk. It's a bunch of bull baloney is what it is. So they're going to take over from the 36-yard line. Punter is cheek, says Dre. Ryan Rico has been a pretty good punter throughout his career. But, man, he does mess up every now and then. Like, pretty badly. Pretty terribly. Oh, man. 24 yards officially on that punt. Yeah! Special teams unit is a well-oiled machine. Who wanted me to turn up my mic earlier? You still happy? I need a Grippo pretzel. Just one. I'm getting frustrated. No free ads, but Grippo pretzels are great. Yep, he's looking to dink and dunk tonight. JB has missed 2 wide open deep shots and instead threw it to the short slant right in front of it. Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing I'm really frustrated at is just throwing back shoulder fades every third down at T. Higgins. Listen, T. Higgins is perhaps the best in the league at that. We don't got to run it every third down. All right. Come on, D. You got us a 3 and out. What did he do? They called it on Ted Karras? What did he do? If they explain that on the broadcast, please put it in the chat what they explained, what he did wrong. All right, 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. Bo Nix dropping back, looking over the middle of the field. He's got to escape the pocket. He slides himself, gets a gain of about 4 yards. So it was just a terrible call that just completely nullified our drive. Yeah, they got it wrong. They got it wrong. And more than anything, it killed a drive. And then we had a bad punt. It's just terrible. 2nd and 7. I don't like complaining about the refs, so let's not let that be a thing. Bo Nix scrambling out to the right. He's being chased down. Incomplete pass. Overthrew his intended target. It's Third down. That's a good job staying home. Really nice job of staying home. Bad calls are going to happen. If we get a 3-and-out here, I'm past it. Pass over the middle of the field. It's going to be a first down, and they're across midfield. Cortland Sutton, gain of about 15, cross midfield. Oh, man. Yeah, he's wide open over the middle of the field. Yeah, we had no linebacker there. Zone coverage and just no one was there on that mesh. 3:10 to play here in the first. Broncos are across midfield for the first time today. Fakes the handoff, rolling out to his right. It's Bo Nix. He gets rid of it and finds his intended target. It's a huge gain for the Denver Broncos. Coming up from behind and bringing down Troutman. It's a huge gain for the Broncos, and they are deep in scoring territory. Really nice job by Demetrius Knight at, bringing down Troutman there, by the way. First and 10. Ball on the 23 now. Handoff to J.K. Dobbins. No hole, but he waits for it to slowly open up, and it's going to be a gain of 8 yards. Yeah, we did a nice job at clogging up that hole. He did a good job at moving to his right beyond the line of scrimmage, like right at the line of scrimmage. That was R.J. Harvey with the carry. And Harvey's in the backfield again with a fullback. I formation. Tight end on the right side of the line. Ball on the right hash mark. 2 wide. They hand off to the fullback, and they get the first down. It's going to be a gain of not just 2, which would have got them the first down. It's a gain of 5. Nate Johnson said that bad call on Ted messed up our momentum. Yeah, good teams don't worry about bad calls, but golly, that's when you're already working against a 7.5 point spread or whatever Vegas had us as an underdog tonight, and then you get the ball back, and that's such a terrible call. But hey, we move past it. You lose by 2 touchdowns, you can't blame it on one bad call. They got a big package out. 12 personnel. And they hand the ball off. It is to J.K. Dobbins, who gets a gain of 4, maybe 5 yards. Yeah, hold him to 3, that'd be huge. Hold him to 3 would be huge. 2nd and 5. It's a gain of 5. This will be the final play of the first quarter. We win all 4 quarters, we cannot lose. Remember that. 2nd and 5, Bo Nix alone in the backfield. Showing blitz, the Bengals are. Bunch package the open side of the field. He's looking to his right, looking deep on the fade, so it will not be the final play. So the 2nd and 5 fade route, goal line fade, doesn't work. It's 3rd down, 3rd and 5. It's 3rd down. All right. 22 seconds left here in the first quarter. Shotgun. Alone in the backfield is Bo Nix. He takes the snap. Surveys the field. Pocket collapsing on him. He steps up. He's going to run it himself, and he's in the end zone. Bo Nix scores. The Bengals go down 6-3. Six-yard rush for Bo Nix. Pocket collapse around him. No one's spying him. He gets into the end zone with ease. Here it is on the replay. Yeah, Came around and just, no linebacker was there to come back up, or a safety to come up and get Bo Nix before he scampered in. So it's a 6-yard gain, or a 6-yard touchdown for Bo Nix, and they take a 7-3 lead as we end the first quarter. Looks like I'm not going to Wrigley tomorrow. All right, 17 seconds left here in the first. Golly, I really hate harping on, like, I don't like when we get to the end of a baseball game or get to the end of a football game and you're like, man, that one call really screwed us. I don't even think about a play that was detrimental to our Super Bowl run, which is the Logan Wilson hold call. Like that, point blank lost us the game. I don't even think about it that often. But, man, that's just a terrible call. And killed our momentum, man. Why is there not a spy on Nix? Yeah, we only sent 4 there. You don't need all 7 out in protection. Battle has to come up and make that tackle. Someone does. The fact that there was no one there is alarming, to be honest with you. Well, we're only sending 4. We only sent 4, I believe. I could be wrong. Yeah, it was compounding mistakes, Nate. It was a terrible call and then a terrible punt. And that's when they scored. Point blank, that's when they scored. I mean, on Twitter, I said that I'd run a mile for every point that the Bengals lose by. So let's hope that that's not like 30 points. But I think they're going to win. I think they're going to win. I like our Bengals' chances. We're moving the ball. We are. Been a couple weird calls. I just got told on Twitter I look like Bo Nix. Boy, do I look like Bo Nix. I don't look anything like Bo Nix. Drew Garrison, big Bengals fan, told me I look like Bo Nix. Reminder, not all blonde people look alike. We don't. I don't look like Zach Bryan. I don't look like Bo Nix. I don't look like every blonde person that's ever existed. Give us a like. Yeah, let's get some positivity here. What do you say? Let's get some positivity here. Get it up. Let's get excited. Kick is off. In the end zone, we'll take the touchback. So we'll run one play. Here in the end of the first quarter. Like a special Bo Nix. Thanks. Took a lot of Tylenol as a kid. All right. 1st and 10. We're going to run the ball here, and it's going to be a nothing burger. Pistol formation from the 35. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He gets met at the line of scrimmage, brought down a yard beyond it. And that'll be the final play of the first quarter. All right, let's put our twos up. All right, heading to the second quarter. End of the first, 7-3. Craig, if you're watching this, can you do me a favor and pull the graphic up for a second? Putting our twos up. Put that full screen graphic up. We'll be right back here in a second whenever that graphic comes up. Seven, 3. I thought we played okay. All right, thank you. I'll be right back. All right, we're good. All right, welcome back. Start of the second quarter. Thank you all for being here. Give us likes. We're going to have live watch-alongs all week long, and we're happy to have you guys here. Truly mean that. You guys really are the best. Even the negative comments. I have fun. It gets me sometimes. They get to me sometimes. Yeah, we need some positivity. We need some positivity in here. In fact, everyone say one nice thing about the Cincinnati Bengals right now. Everyone say one nice thing about the Cincinnati Bengals. I will start. I think their jerseys are really cool. Now it's your turn. I think their jerseys are really cool. I think their quarterback, their starting quarterback that's hurt all the time, is really good at football. I think they have really good fans. That's a good one, Craig. That's a good one. You know what my favorite fan is? AJ Worse. Yeah, there goes Tyreek Hill. Man, those Finns jerseys are great. You know, the city of Miami, they deserve one for what they did for this city of Cincinnati this past weekend. All right, here we go. Jake Browning dropping back to pass. Surveys the field, looks over to the right, finds Mike Gesicki short of the first down. Just a comebacker, gets 8 yards. Third and 1. Guys, we need this here. We're going to be running the ball here, right? We ran the ball pretty effectively. Let's run the ball again. If we throw a back fade route, they were offsides. Were they not? Or did that dude jump the line that well? Okay, they were offsides. Thank you. We got the first down regardless. Yeah, I mean, that dude jumped. We declined it? Did we get 5 yards? We declined it? We declined it? What? What? We declined a penalty. We got 3 yards on the carry. It's the same result. It's 1st and 10 either way. We declined it? Jake Browning, pocket collapsing, looking downfield. There is a flag thrown in the backfield. It's completed to T. Higgins. Is he in? Is he in? They're calling him in. We'll see what the flag is. No one's moving upfield. It's on us. Illegal formation on the play. And after the 40-yard gain to T. Higgins, 35-yard gain to T. Higgins, it is negated because of illegal formation. What? And that is a really good throw by Jake Browning. You know, give him his flowers. That's a really good throw by Jake Browning. 1st and 15. What the hell is going on in this game? What the hell is going on in this game? And now we're going to false start. I'm trying not to yell. I'm really not a yeller that often. I'm letting the fan get over too much, but this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Get those ugly fans off my screen. They're hideous in Denver. Golly. 1st and 20. Eric Licklider, what's up, brother? Jake Browning fakes the pass, and it's going to be a draw play to Chase Brown. It gets 4 yards, 2nd and 16. Calm down, Molly says. All right, I'm hearing. I'm just getting really worked up. I'm just getting really worked up. You seem to have a terrible attitude problem. I really have a great attitude, I think. Like, I really am not that angry that often. But the Bengals, I wish I was wearing, I forgot my watch at home. I wish I could know my heart rate. Because I'm getting really worked up for this for some reason. I think the reason I'm getting so worked up for this is, I'll be honest, I had a really bad morning because I looked at the look-ahead betting line. I knew this was 7.5. I looked at this Sunday against the Detroit Lions. Well, we are home. We're playing the Detroit Lions, and betting lines aren't the end-all, be-all, but they give you a pretty good barometer on how your team is thought of. We were 9-point underdogs to the Detroit Lions at home. 9 points in the National Football League. I would have thought we'd be like 5 or 6 point underdogs. 9? So it's kind of got me on edge about the Bengals all day. All right. So it's going to be what? 2nd and 15. Got a 5-yard gain. To tell you where we're at in this game, my boy Craig's talking about the validity of commercials. Maybe he's just watched too much Mad Men in his day, but it's not going well in the game. And we're talking about how bad an Android commercial is, which you're right. You are vindicated in that. Every big play is taken away. You're right, CWT. That's what's happening. That's why I'm getting worked up. It's the penalty that would have gotten us first down. It's the throw to T. Higgins. It's just not going our way right now. It's just not going our way. Now we got a big penalty on the same drive last time on that DPI to Jamar Chase, but that was a DPI. Like, that truly was. We are all backing Jake Brown. Yeah, that's right. 6 or 9. We're all having fun. Adapt, improvise, overcome. All right, Sage. I look nothing like Bo Nix. Now I'm frustrated about that. 2nd and 15. Oh, first down marker's right there. Jake Browning has to escape the pocket. He's got pressure. He's just going to get rid of it. Yep, he does. Throws it away. And I'll tell you guys this right now, 3rd and 15, we don't got that in our bag with Jake. We don't got that in our bag with Jake. We're trying to dink and dunk our way down the field. And it worked the first drive. It was working the second drive. Third and 15. Ball from the 44-yard line. We're running out of time. Yeah. Delay a game on the Cincinnati Bengals. I've had this problem with Zach. I'm a Zach truther. I really am. I think Zach's a pretty fine coach. Maybe not the best coach in the world, but a pretty fine coach. One area that he's clearly struggles in is getting the play in quick enough. He doesn't give his quarterbacks enough time. 5 penalties tonight. We've averaged less than 5 through the first 3 weeks. 3rd and 20. Jake Browning's alone in the backfield. It's going to be a Chase Brown screen or Jamar Chase screen. And he gets about 12 yards, but obviously going to be well short of the line to gain. It's going to be 4th and 8. And we're going to be punting it. Come on, Ryan Rico. I don't mind. So, bruh, what WTF? I don't mind actually that play at all. Because that is getting the ball to Jamar Chase in open field. Jamar Chase, one of the best playmakers in the league. Getting the ball to him. 3rd and 20, there's no good play there. There's no good play. I mean, you can say you were just going to chuck it downfield, but they're going to drop 3 back, and it's not going to work. So I don't mind. Getting the ball to Jamar Chase with time. Did we get a delay of game called? He only gave us 2 seconds to snap it. He only gave us 2 seconds to snap it, right? Did we not see that their ref? Did we not see their ref? Like, hey, you go now. So we lose 5 yards there, and we're going to punt it off again. It just looks sloppy, right? Like, here's the thing is, penalties are an inclination of how you're playing overall as a team. And 6 penalties, and there's a touchback. Oh, my God. Dude, Ryan Rico's stinking today. 2 punts. One's a 27-yarder that goes out of bounds, and then one's a touchback. Jesus. Oh, man. All right. Need the defense to come up. Gonna need the defense to come up big. Broadcast said it. Coaching's a problem. I just understand fully that. He's not giving them enough time to get in. He's not giving them enough time to get the ball and run a play well. Just not. It's not good. I don't know. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, but here we go. Need a stop here. Need a 3 and out. Could really use one. When Joe Buck is calling out your coach, you know it's a problem. Joe has gotten we've gotten a lot of flack for using ill-advised timeouts, and I've always said that the reason that is because Zach's not getting the play in quick enough, which I've never been a football coach. I'll never be a football coach. I'll never be an offensive coordinator, especially nowhere near that high of a level. But I know that when the play is not coming in quick enough, you're not giving your team enough time to set up. You're not giving your team time to adjust to however the defense, which you allow Joe Burrow to do. You give him the reins just like Peyton Manning and Tom Brady to go like, all right, the play that we have called is not going to work. This is what their defense is showing us. We're going to take what they give us. We're not giving our team enough time to do that. And we never have. We really never have. That's why we use those timeouts at the end of the first and third quarter all the time. Is this the fire Zach Taylor waiting lobby? No, we're not firing Zach Taylor. Hire a legitimate OC. It is. You want to talk about OCs? My boy Brian Callahan's not doing well down in Tennessee. All right, starting at the 20-yard line. Screenplay out on the open side of the field. It's going to be a big gain it's a first down. Gain of 12. It's going to be a gain of 12. First and 10 from the 31-yard line. Bo Nix drawing out to his right. Finds Troutman. It's going to be a gain of 5. Oh, man. So Troutman, 2nd and 10. Oh, they say he was out of bounds. All right, cool. I'm cool with that. Didn't get it in time. All right, didn't get with the foot down. All right, here we go. Here we go. 2nd and 10. I'm locked back in. Bo Nix goes right back to Troutman. Stiff arms a man. Goes out of bounds. It's a gain of about 4 yards. Need this. Need this. It's 3rd down. 3rd and 4. Golly. 10:40 to play in the half. We got a lot on the line. We bring the house. We blitz. Flag is thrown up. It's a completed pass to Cortland Sutton, and he's brought down beyond midfield. Miles Murphy, who lined up wrong. Oh, man. Golly, I was getting the halftime show set up. Locked back in. 10:20 to go in the half. From the 44-yard line, man to Bo Nix's left. 2 wide. We send 3. Incomplete pass that goes right through the hands of the rookie running back, Harvey. I mean, if he would have, we got very lucky there. If he catches that pass, it was right in the breadbasket. He's probably going to the house. So what is it, a wheel play from Harvey? Yeah. Just slips right around. Yeah, he's going to the house. He might not go to the house, but just a little short. Just a little short. Second and 10, handoff to Harvey. So they get him the ball and go right back to it. It's a gain of 6 yards. They go off tackle. I'm not doing the 3rd down thing. I want to say it's 3rd down, but it has not worked. So 3rd and 4. It's a big one here. Come on. 8 seconds to play. Bo Nix dropping back to pass. We get in the backfield. He has to get rid of it quickly, and it goes to Cortland Sutton. We miss a tackle, and it's going to be a gain of, instead of just beyond the line of scrimmage or just beyond the line to gain, they gain an extra 15 yards, and they are in the red zone. Out to the 16. We got to hold him to 3 here. We got to keep it a 1-score game. And Demetrius Knight's on the field with his knee hurt. Or is that Cam? Is that Cam Taylor-Britt that missed the tackle? We did a really nice job. Golly, we did a really nice job at bringing the pressure, making him make a quick decision. Cam Taylor-Britt just misses a huge tackle there, and they get an extra 15 yards. They get an extra 20 yards. They would have been out at the 35-yard line. Instead, he's out at the 16. So Demetrius Knight is on the ground. He's hurt. And Demetrius Knight's really had a pretty good rookie campaign thus far. Cortland Sutton with 39 yards after catch. I thought tackling's been a problem, and last year certainly was. It's been a problem tonight. Just has. Just straight up has been a big problem. So 1st and 10 from the 16. We need some big plays here. End around, jet sweep, touchdown. Marvin Mims Jr. on a 16-yard rushing touchdown. Sent him in motion. Handed the ball right off to him on the jet sweep. And it's 14-3. We had a lot of momentum, man, to start this game. A lot of momentum. 8:48 to play in the half. Kick is up, and it is good. 14 to Trey. It's frustrating. I mean, I got to take a breather every time. It's really, really frustrating, man. We had a lot going for us. We really did. We go down there and march down the field. We run a bad 3rd and short play, I think, to try and toss the ball up to T. Higgins. At least it was poorly executed. I think it was just done a little too early. We get a 3 and out. We're driving downfield. A terrible call by their ref, and man, it's by their ref. By the ref. It's been terrible since then. I'm getting frustrated already. It's 14-3. I need to see our Bengals do something here. It's the Broncos' ball at half. There's still a lot to play in this half. We've got 3 timeouts. They got 2. There's 9 minutes left. It's a poorly coached team. I don't know about that. It's certainly not a great roster. Just isn't. Here's what frustrates me so much about the Bengals is they're cheap and they're old school. Like, you can be cheap, but you can't be old school, too, if you want to be competitive. You can't be the worst of both worlds. And they are. They're cheap and they're old school. Like, you'd think if they don't want to spend millions in coaching, they don't want to spend millions in all these ways, don't want to be progressive in the way that they deal out contracts. You would just say, like, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have one of the best scouting departments in the league. But no. To where we're not missing on draft picks, but they miss on draft picks too. Sorry, I'm just in a world of despair. Joe Burrow being hurt kills me. I try to be as excited as possible. They're showing us the replay. Let's see what Geno Stone did wrong. Crashes in. They do a good job at blocking off Geno Stone, and yeah, Fig Newton, what are you doing, dude? Keep him on the outside. Push him in. Push him in. All right. Let's go score. Molly says the 90s Bengals are still worse. Yes. Let's not compare this Bengals team to the 90s Bengals. We've now had 4 consecutive winning seasons. We're nowhere near that. Just the expectations are way higher. Downtown, Charlie Brown Jones returns it out to the 28-yard line, and there's a flag on the field. And I'm going to go ahead and say that it's on us. I feel like that's a safe assumption. And it was on us. Who would have guessed? This team's a joke. I'm not there yet, but I'm close. I'm close. Jeff Blake available. Jake's been fine today. He hasn't been, I wouldn't say he's been good, but he's been fine. Fight for your fellas there, Zach. He can't believe it. He's never had it. One thing I've always said about Zach is his teams don't have many penalties, which is a good sign, which is normally a sign of good coaching. 1st and 10 from the 14-yard line. Fake the handoff to Chase Brown. Jake Brown's got a lot of time, and he chucks it out to Mitchell Tinsley. who wasn't open, and the pass was fine, but it was incomplete, 2nd and 10. So they call Tyson Anderson on that. All right. We're making these mediocre teams look like Super Bowl contenders. The Broncos are 2 plays away from being 3-0. They lost both their games on final second field goals. They're a good team. 2nd and 10. The AFC West is really good. Jake Browning looking downfield. We're taking a shot. Incomplete pass to T. Higgins. So we're trying downfield twice in a row. Nothing there. 3rd and 10. Those plays almost feel like, I don't know, man. It feels like they're desperation plays. Trying to get big momentum swings because you know the momentum's going so far the other way. 3rd and 10. We really needed a first down. 5 seconds to play. Jake Browning takes the snap. Has to leave the pocket. Rolling out to his right. There's a penalty flag thrown. He throws it out of play on 3rd and 10. Likely was a hold that they're going to decline unless it was a illegal hands to the face. We're going to be putting this ball away. This could get ugly, folks. And I'm regretting my tweet where I said I was going to run a mile for every... Oh, my goodness. It's their ball to have to. We need a good punt from you, Ryan. With his toes on the front of the end zone. Snap is high. Punt is off, and he boomed it. I'll give him that. It's fielded out at the 20-yard line, so he bunted it almost 80 yards in the air. That's a really good punt, Ryan Rico. That's a really great punt. It traveled 80 yards in the air. Man, we needed that. Golly, guys. I don't know if you're trying to still hold on to this game, but that punt's huge. That's a hell of a punt. 69-yard punt. It traveled 80 yards in the air. Man, I mean, if we give him the ball at the 50-yard line, this thing could get bad. Imagine going to bat for Zach Taylor. I'll go to bat for Zach Taylor. He's won. When he took over the job, the Bengals had 5 playoff wins. He's won 5 playoff games. So I'll go to bat for him. Could we get improvement? Sure. But I'll go to bat for a man that's doubled the franchise's total playoff wins in his tenure. And has to deal with a hurt quarterback every year. Yeah, that was a shot at Joe. I hate to do that. And that's going to be a flag thrown on the play, but great job by B.J. Hill snuffing out the play. It was a screen pass to their fullback, Adkins. We're going to decline the pass. We're going to decline the penalty, right? We'll take 2nd and 12 over 1st and 20. We'll take 2nd and 12 over 1st and 20. Legal man downfield. All right. Second and 12. Let Al Golden cook, baby. Let him cook. Pitch play. Out to Harvey. Gain of about 6 yards. Flag on the play. That's coming late. Man, this game is getting ugly. These refs are going to need Tommy John after this one. Is it on Trey? Legal hands to the face on Trey Hendrickson. Are you kidding me? I mean, he choked the dude. Yeah. Yeah. Automatic first down. I hate doing this. I can't. First and 10. From the 39-yard line. Handoff. J.K. Dobbins, who should have had a loss of 2 yards. The hole was completely stuffed. J.K. Dobbins waits, cuts back, and gets a gain of 9 yards. Great job by our defensive line. What a great job by our defensive line. Miserable. I'm getting so frustrated here. Need 2nd and 1 here. We need a turnover. Handoff. J.K. Dobbins, he's got a huge hole to work through. Runs into his own ball carrier or own blocker. It's a gain of about 15 yards. I'm scared this Bengals team's going to quit. I'm really scared this Bengals team's going to quit if things don't start going our way. They quit last week. Like, if the Broncos put one in the end zone here, I'm scared this team's going to quit. I mean, J.K. Dobbins had a huge hole, and the only reason he didn't break it out for more was because he ran into his pulling guard 15 yards down the field. 1st and 10 from the 40. 5 seconds to get the snap off. 12 personnel for the Broncos. Hand off to Dobbins, and yeah, he's got a giant hole. Flag on the play. It's a gain of 17 yards. Holding. Hey, needed it. Golly, did we need it. They should just keep running the ball the way they're running the ball at this point. They should just keep running the ball. They should. First and 19 from the 40-yard line, 49-yard line. They need to get to the 30. Screen play out to Harvey. That's huge, guys. If they get a big chunk there, 10 yards or 2nd and 10, that's huge. They get a gain of about 2 yards. 2nd and 17 from the 47. Second and 17. We don't need a pick six. We just need to get the ball back. 8 seconds. Pick six would be nice, though. Bo Nix dropping back to pass. He's looking downfield, over the middle of the field, and it's a completed pass for a first down. It's a gain of 25 yards. Bo Nix does a really nice job at throwing the ball over the middle of the field. Quarterbacks that can throw the ball over the middle of the field are really good. I don't think Bo Nix is going to be an elite quarterback or anything, but it's a hell of a trait that he can throw the ball over the middle of the field. So now it's 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line. They hand the ball off to Harvey. Harvey slips through the defensive line, brought down actually by Chris Jenkins, but it's a gain of 7 yards. .415. Second and 3. Screen pass. It's a first down. They get all the way to the 10-yard line. It's going to be 1st and goal from the 10. I mean, we're going to get smoked. We're getting smoked, guys. We don't have the firepower to come back from down 3 scores and a half. We just don't. 1st and 10 from the 11. Fakes the handoff, rolls out to his left. Dumps it off to his check down. It's a gain of 5 yards. They say he incompleted the pass. He didn't get it to him in time. He didn't get his feet in. So 2nd and 10 from the 11. This is just not good, man. Yeah, he didn't get in. He didn't get in. Point blank. .320 to play in the half. Bo Nix with the ball out at the 11. Moves a man in motion. Fakes the handoff. They get it right back to number 1. He's going to be short of the line to gain. But it's going to be 3rd and very short. 3rd and 1 from the Bengals 2. Evan Ingram on the catch. They're going to run the ball 6 times till they get in this end zone, right? Bo Nix drops out, wildcat formation. Harvey takes the snap. They get an extra blocker. We do a good job blowing up the play and bringing them back into the backfield. They're going to go, right? They're going to go. Really nice play, Dax Hill. Golly, really nice play. I imagine they're going to go. He's waving off the field goal unit. Bo Nix is. Sean Payton's just hollering into that. It's a big play if we can stop him. I don't like our chances, but this is a big play. It's 4th and a long 1. Timeout is called. Denver timeout. Oh, it's the Bengals time. We're calling a timeout? Yeah, Dax Hill with a really nice play there. Wildcat formation, did a nice job shedding that tackler. Guy went out wide, brought him down at the ankles. Man, that's a really nice play, Dax Hill. It's a Michigan man. That's a nice play. It's a big play. I'm anxious as all get out here. Wish they'd just kick the field goal and keep it a 2-score game. Oh, man. It's a long 1. 4th and 1. Bo Nix under center. They got 12-man personnel. Fakes the handoff. Rolling out to his right. Plays a long play. It's intercepted by Demetrius Knight. Woo! What a play. That's what rookies does. Great play. Huge, and it's a touchback. Demetrius Knight with a huge play. We take points off the board. 2 minutes to roll. Let's go score. Let's go score. Woo! He caught it, right? He caught it, right? He caught it. He caught it. He caught it. He caught it. They're showing the replay. He bobbles it around. It never hits that artificial turf at Mile High Stadium, baby. It never hit. You don't see a single turf pellet pop on up. That's a catch, Demetrius Knight. Great play. Oh, my God, I'm glad they didn't kick the field goal. Idiots. Bunch of idiots. Woo! I left my heart rate monitor. It would be flying right now. Oh, baby, that's huge. Fire me up. We got 2 minutes to go score. It's their ball at half. We got to get some points on the board. Give us a like. Let's go. Likes equal points. If you haven't liked the stream already, give us one. Oh, baby. Let's go score. more than anything, guys, that stop there was huge. And, like, the fact that it was an interception is huge because we get the touchback. Like, the touchback is huge there. Because if we don't get the touchback, even if we stop them, I mean, we're likely going to punt deep in our own territory. They start using their timeouts unless we get a big gain on first down, and they're going to get the ball back with some time. And then go right back and score anyways. But the fact that we get the interception in the end zone for the touchback, huge. Absolutely huge. Yeah, it's their ball. It's their ball, WTI Trader. Their ball at half. So here we go. Man, I mean, if we score here, I'm going to lose it. That's my promise to you guys. I will lose it. What a catch. It never touched that turf. I already saw it. I synced it. We all synced it. It doesn't touch that turf. That's a rook making big plays. Remember when we drafted Demetrius Knight and everyone's like, man, we drafted – how old is he? He's like 26. Everyone's like, we drafted – he's played great. He's played fantastic. All right, 1st and 10 from the 20. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown. He works upfield, gets a gain of 4 yards. We've got 2 timeouts. They've got 2 timeouts. What do you mean that wasn't a catch? He clearly caught it. Jake Browning rolling out to his left. He's got to get rid of it. He's going to scramble himself. He's going to go out of play. Short of the line to gain. It's going to be 3rd and about 2. I swear to God if we do the QB sneak. Third and 3. All right, we ain't doing the QB sneak. I don't know what we do here. I don't know what we do here. But we need a first down. 4 wide. Samaje Perine in the backfield. 7 seconds to snap. Jake Browning calling for an audible. 4 seconds now. We take the snap. They send 3, and we still get sacked? They sent 3 guys, and we get sacked? Amarius Mims, who are you looking at? That's your guy. There's no one in front of you. Who else are you blocking? Who are you going like, hey, Amarius Mims, you're looking around like, oh, where'd that guy come from? You missed him. What was he doing? Like, it's one thing if you got beat. You got beat, Amarius Mims, but you're looking around like, oh, where's my helm? Where's my helm? Get him yourself, dude. They sent 3 dudes, and we had no time. We had 6 dudes to protect Jake Browning. They sent 3 and had no time because you missed your man, Amarius Mims. Because you missed your man. And now the Broncos have a chance to score. Good special teams play. Good special teams play. Good punt. Brought him down to 20. I mean, that was insane, guys. I just don't know how you get beat that poorly. I genuinely don't know how you get beat that poorly. 95 yards to 225. That is true. Zach Taylor, he pops the hood, does a little self-diagnostics check at halftime. 1st and 10, minute 10 to play from the 20. I mean, we just got to get it in the clubhouse at 14-3. Pass to Evan Ingram. It's completed. Clock running. It's a gain of 2 yards, 54 seconds, 53 seconds. Still plenty of time. They've got 1 timeout. Knicks dropping back, working up in the middle of the pocket. There's going to be 2 flags thrown, both in the secondary, so they're likely going to be on us. Holding on the defense, automatic first down. Penalties declined. Nate Johnson says, we look very poorly coached these last 2 games. Yeah, a lot of penalties, fumbles. Those are signs of a poorly coached team, no doubt about it. 1st and 10, Bo Nix. He drops back, looking over to his left. Evan Ingram drops the pass. So it's going to be 2nd and 10, 38 seconds. Second and 10. They have the ball on the 33-yard line. Bo Nix drops back, surveys the field, stepping up. Now throws way past his intended target. It's going to be 3rd and 10. 33 seconds to play. You guys aren't going to like this, but even if we get out of this, let's just take it into halftime. Things aren't going right. Things aren't going well. Let's take it in. We'll try again. I guess what I'm saying. Snap to Bo Nix. He's looking to his left. Got a lot of time. Strong throw, and it's completed out beyond their line for the field goal. It's out to the 39-yard line. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They call a timeout. They use their final timeout with 25 seconds. Our only hope to keep points off the board is a missed field goal or a sack. And I'm going to tell you, we ain't getting either. We ain't getting either. It's a really nice ball from Bo Nix. Completes it out to, yeah, it's a great throw. That's a really nice throw. Had a lot of time. First and 10. Will Lutz is their kicker. They're at the 39-yard line. Right now, that's a 56-yarder. Bo Nix dumps it down to the running back. He's got a lot of room to gain, and he gets out of play to stop the clock. They've got no timeouts, 20 seconds. They're now, at our 28-yard line? Trey Hendrickson looks banged up. Limping. $20 seconds, so Trey Hendrickson's now hurt. So from the 28-yard line, here goes Bo Nix, dropping back to pass. Over the middle of the field, incomplete. Dude, Demetrius Knight's a ball player. Demetrius Knight Jr., if you want solace, if you want something to take from this game, it's that Demetrius Knight is, or this season, or whatever happens here. Demetrius Knight's a pretty good ball player. That's a good draft pick. Second and 10. Bo Nix. 4 empty package. Flag thrown on the far side of the field. It's completed over the middle. They don't have any timeouts. 13 seconds. Offsides on the defense. Declined. This is optimistic John S. says, what a cluster, you know what. And that ain't a chocolatey nougat goodness. That is what this team is, and it's just not very good right now. Third and 2 from the 13 seconds. Here they go from the 20-yard line. Bo Nix over the middle of the field. Touchdown. Cortland Sutton. Catches it. It's 20-3. Here comes the point after touchdown. 20-yard touchdown. Guys, I straight up cannot do this. This team, man. This freaking team. PAT's up through the uprights. We got 8 seconds to try and score. We got 2 timeouts. Maybe we can make something happen. Yippee. Oh my God. I don't know who has to get up early, but this would be a good time for you guys to go to bed. What a disaster. What an absolute disaster. And I've gotten so worked up this entire game. 21 unanswered points in the half. Their ball at half, mind you. And reminder, I look nothing like Bo Nix. Someone tell Reed to turn it off. I'm right there. 233 yards surrendered in the second quarter. We looked good for that first drive, though, didn't we? We looked really good. I mean, we got an interception, too. We got it. We stopped them from scoring at the goal line, and it's 21-3. We stopped them at the goal line, and it's 21-3. Yeah, there's all the missed opportunities for Jamar, huh? We stopped them at the goal line, and it's 21-3. I got no other words. Lucky for you guys, there are some guys who have some other words, so we'll get to them here in a second. Craig, go ahead and throw that graphic up. We'll have Andrew Collinsworth, Craig Stanley coming up here in a moment.
Let's try that again, Andrew. Just like the Bengals first half, that was an ugly start to our Chatterbox Bengals halftime show, but nonetheless, here we are. Bengals trail the Denver Broncos 21-3. Andrew, it was an ugly, ugly first half for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, as much as we'd probably like to redo the beginning of our halftime show, I'm sure the Bengals would like to redo their entire first half overall. That was about as embarrassing as it gets. That was hard to watch at times. At the beginning of the game, I thought that they had some things going offensively, moving the ball well on that first drive, and ever since then, it's just been horrible to watch. Honestly, penalty ridden. I mean, we're gonna get into it, but that's a brutal watch.
Yeah, let's get into it. Let's talk about how we got here in our first half recap. Bengals started with the ball in this one. Browning connected with T. Higgins on a 3rd and 6 for a 19-yard completion and a first down. Had to settle, though, for a 26-yard field goal on 4th and 2. Bengals lead 3-0 early. And for the first time in 2025, the Bengals didn't allow a touchdown on the opening drive to their opponent. Instead, they forced a 3-and-out to the Broncos, and things were looking peachy. But then the Bengals got a 22-yard pass interference penalty called against Jamar Chase. But on 4th and 2, they appeared to draw the Broncos off sides, but instead a false start called against Ted Karras. Ryan Ricow, a shank, 24-yard punt. Broncos take over at their own 36th. On a 3rd and 7, they get Cortland Sutton for 12, and then Troutman for 26 on a Bo Nix bootleg. And then not long later, Bo Nix scrambles for 6 yards and a touchdown. Broncos lead 7-3. Bengals get the ball back, but a 36-yard completion to T. Higgins was called back due to an illegal formation. Immediately following that, Dylan Fairchild called for a false start, took them all the way back to a 2nd and 20 on the 38. Delay of game then took it to 3rd and 20 yet again, and they punted away. Broncos get Cortland Sutton yet again, 19-yard completion. Cam Taylor-Britt misses a tackle and a 22-yard completion to Sutton, and then an end around to Marvin Mims. Terrible angle from Fig Newton, and Mims finds the end zone for a 16-yard rush. Broncos lead 14-3. They get the ball back later on, 23-yard completion to Troy Franklin. Dax Hill, though, gets a big tackle on 3rd and 1 against R.J. Harvey to force a 4th and 1 at the Cincinnati 2-yard line. Denver opts to go for it. Bo Nix picked off in the end zone by Demetrius Knight Jr. for the touchback, but Bengals can do nothing with it. They go 3-and-out, get a 63-yard punt from Ryan Ricow all the way down to the Denver 20 with just a minute 4 left in the half. However, the Broncos get a 28-yard completion on 3rd and 10 to Marvin Mims, and then Bo Nix find Cortland Sutton for a 20-yard touchdown, and wouldn't you know it, 9 plays, 80 yards, minute and 1 second. Broncos lead 21-3, and that's where we are at the half. On the Broncos side of the ball, Bo Nix in the first half, 17 of 26, 217 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. J.K. Dobbins, 5 for 30. Cortland Sutton, 5 catches, 81 yards and a touchdown. Marvin Mims, 3 for 44. Troy Franklin, 3 for 40. Adam Troutman, 2 for 32. Well, look, Andrew, it's hard. It really is. It's hard to find a whole lot of positives in this one, so I'm not going to. Let's just jump right into the negatives. Bengals, couple big plays called back. That 36-yard completion to T. Higgins called illegal formation against Amarius Mims, said that he wasn't on the line of scrimmage. That was obviously a huge one, ends up in a punt. And then obviously the separate drive that just kind of seemed to snowball on them with 3 penalties. And I know this officiating staff is throwing a lot of penalties, it seems, in this game, but the Bengals have to find a way not to get flagged on every other play.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the same sort of penalties throughout this entire game that we're seeing, like illegal formation, false starts, whatever it is. And, the Ted Karras penalty, like I obviously, with my orange glasses on, think that it's not a penalty, but at the same time, we see calls like that go against every team in the NFL. So like that one penalty cannot make or break your game by any means. But most of the time when we watch these Bengals teams, especially since Zach Taylor took over, they've been very disciplined. And this is really the first time that I've seen a lot of really sloppy penalties. And I shouldn't say first time. I think back to Tennessee last year and a couple of other instances. But to the point that it's hindering their ability to play. Like, this has been far and away the sloppiest I can remember. And the offensive line has been abysmal. You know, at first in the first quarter, I thought that they were protecting okay. And then in the second quarter, they have all these penalties. You know, Marius Mims gives up that sack with a 3-man rush. I mean, he's been horrible. He needs to start playing like a first-round pick because as far as I'm concerned, they're going to be looking for another replacement very soon if he can't hold his own weight over there. It's been bad. And just penalties overall, just terrible.
Yeah. Offensive penalties certainly hurting them, defensive penalties as well. And potentially more importantly, some unfortunate missed tackles lead to big plays. I mentioned it in the breakdown, but, Cam Taylor-Britt misses a tackle and leads to a 22-yard completion to Cortland Sutton. Terrible angle from Fig Newton leads to a touchdown. Some of these things that we talked about needing to clean up in the offseason. This Bengals defense last year, a lot of missed tackles, a lot of fundamentals that just weren't up to par. We thought that Al Golden would come in and fix it. We thought that this defense would be improved. It's tough for me because there's times where I look at this defense and I'm like, all right, this is a better defense. And then they just make these bonehead plays that just make me feel like we're right back in 2024, where like at some point you just have to move past what happened in 2024 and you have to become the 2025 Bengals. And right now, what they're showing me is that while they may be improved, they're just not fundamentally sound enough to be able to hold offenses in check. And unfortunately, they're giving up the big plays that are leading to these deficits like we see today, 21-3.
And I think they are probably improved in a couple of areas at a couple of positions for sure. But when you look at this secondary, it's the same old story, right? Like, they're just letting guys get open and then missing tackles. You talked about the Josh Newton, just blatant, horrible angle to the receiver on that. And it's tough because you watch some players flash at times. You'll see, like, Demetrius Knight has been a bright spot tonight. He might be the only bright spot tonight for the Bengals. And there's a couple of guys in there that you're like, okay, like they can play, and then they're having to cover up for the secondary. I'm sorry, the secondary is awful. There's no covering it up anymore. Like, you can try to dial up blitzes. We saw when they finally did dial up a blitz, they get crushed on a big play, and then there's a penalty on top of it. So they can't even do that right. So it's just a host of problems right now on the defensive side of the ball, and it's really being amplified when your offense can't move the ball, and then you have all these penalties on top of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Bengals not getting after Bo Nix as much as you'd like to see. 0 sacks in the first half, just 1 tackle for loss from B.J. Hill, 2 QB hits for Cam Sample, so we'll give him his credit. But ultimately, Bo Nix able to sit back and pick this secondary apart. 17 of 26, 217 yards, and that touchdown. He came into tonight averaging just 4.4 yards per attempt through the air. Through the first half tonight, nearly double that at 8.3. Look, as crazy as it is to say, this game could be worse if not for Demetrius Knight. You mentioned him being one of the only bright spots, gets that interception in the end zone on what could have been a 24-3 Broncos lead at worst. Instead, they go for it. Could have been a touchdown. Demetrius Knight makes a fantastic play and picks it off in the end zone for the touchback.
Yeah, that's a huge play. And unfortunately, at the end of this, I'm not sure that people are going to really remember it. He'll probably remember it. I think that's his first career pick. Correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, but it's just, they have had a couple of times where they've made some good plays, but they've been out there a ton. Like, you can't ask your defense to be out there as much, especially when we knew that they had problems. And they're just, if you can't play complementary football, that especially with the defense and the state that they're already in, then it's going to be really tough. But credit to Demetrius Knight, man. He looks like a guy who spent 6 years in college and came ready to play in pros. He looks the part. So I'm happy with how he's played. I think that If he can build off of this, and Reed kind of touched on it. You don't want to throw in the towel in Game 4 by any means, but there are certain things that if this team doesn't make the playoffs, that you have to be able to build on from the season anyway. And I'm hoping Demetrius Knight is one of those, regardless of how the season ends up.
Well, certainly hope that Demetrius Knight is a big strong point when we look back, but really frustrating because you get that big interception in that big moment, and you think, all right, let's take this and parlay this into a last minute drive to try and get on the board, try and make it 14-10 going into halftime. Worst case scenario, let's make it 14-6 and be within one score with a 2-point conversion. Instead, they go 3 and out and give the ball right back to Denver and allow them to drive back down the field and score. What could have or should have been a huge momentum shift ended up not being that. Look, I came into today talking about needing to stop the run and keeping J.K. Dobbins in check as being kind of the key to tonight. J.K. Dobbins is averaging 6 yards a carry, but he's only carried the ball 5 times. So in total, this Denver rushing attack has 16 carries for 88 yards, 5.5 yards per attempt. That's not good enough. Bo Nix, 17 of 26 for 217 yards. That's not good enough. Defensively and offensively, what's your plan here in the second half?
Well, I think when we look at the offensive game calling, you just can't get into these third and short situations and just continue to take deep shots. Like, okay, it happens every once in a while because the defense might be, anticipating some short passing plays or play action or something like that. But how many times in that first quarter especially did we see them get into third and short or third and manageable situations, and then they throw the ball deep down the field? And yeah, it's going to work a couple of times because you've got some great receivers. But eventually a good team like Denver is going to be able to key in on a couple of things. Their corners are good. Surtain is really good. You have Riley Moss on the other side. Obviously, he struggled against T. Higgins last year, but he's improved, and he's still a good player. So they have to be able to, when they get into third and short situations, continue to move the chains and just try to come back and, chip away at this lead.
Absolutely. Joe Buck just pulled a flag out of his suit jacket. Obviously talking about the referees in this one. Bengals, 8 penalties for 50 yards. Kickoff ensuing. Bengals kick it off to the Broncos to start the second half. Broncos will return it out near the 30, and we'll hand it right back to Reed. I know he's thrilled to take you through the end of this one. Andrew and I will be back for the post-game recap. Until then, I'd like to say Who Dey, but it seems to be the Broncos.
Who Dey. I got you, Craig. Who Dey, baby. Let's do it. Let's do it. You know what? Let's just freaking do it. We're down 18. We've been in this situation before. We've been down 18 before at half, and those teams always come back, right? What did you see in that first half that made you think that this team couldn't come back from down 18? All right, 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. It's a screen play. It's a gain of about 7 yards. It's better than a touchdown. We can give up 7 yards there. It's better than a touchdown. What's crazy is I'm supposed to be the positive one. Like, I'm normally like the positive fan, but man, this is mind-numbing. 2nd and 2. 2nd and 2 for these cats. These cardiac cats. The Bengals, baby. 21, 3-yard score. 2nd and 2 from the 38-yard line. Bo Nix hands the ball off to J.K. Dobbins, who gets beyond the line to gain, but is brought down just a yard beyond that. Reminder that Bo Nix was the worst graded quarterback according to Pro Football Focus through the first 3 weeks. Just a reminder, in case you guys forgot. Tipped pass. Good job at, tipping a pass. And it's going to be 2nd and 10. Who got that? Joseph Asai? Bo Nix rolling out to his right. Felt the pressure. Man, that's actually pretty good. 34 touchdowns in his first 20 starts with the Broncos. Only second to Peyton Manning, who had, an incredible and short tenure with the Broncos. What was he there for, 4 years? Won a bowl. 5 seconds to get the snap off. 3, 2, 1. They get it off. Bo Nix takes it himself on the zone read. I think he was just taking the snap. I don't think that was that play at all. I think he just ran out of time. I guess the line was blocking that way. You're right. They're Nate. Sometimes you just read having a liquid dinner. Yeah. I did not eat dinner. I had Grippo's pretzels and Busch Light. They're Nate. Bo Nix. Dropping back. Rolling out to his left. Heaves it downfield, and it's incomplete. No flag? No flag. This defense, tell you what. This defense is elite on the first possession of the half. You're right. Who's he talking to? Myself. I'm talking to myself. What do you want me to do here? I like it. I like making people feel better. So when I'm wrong, I just like saying you're right. Snap on the punt. Good. Punt is up. Downtown, Charlie Brown Jones fields it out at the 17, quickly gets to the 30-yard line before he scampers on out. I'm about to turn this game back on. Subway cookies. You should, because it's about to get interesting, baby. We're about to go right down the field. We're only down 3 scores and a half to go. How many yards do we have in the first half? However many, it breathes confidence that we're going to score a lot more here in the second. 94 yards. Thanks, Craig. I would have preferred to see 3 digits there. I would have preferred to see 3 digits. Can you send the message again but put a 0 before 94? Please. I just want to see 3 digits. Thanks. 80 penalty yards. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good ratio. We're having fun in here. Give us a like. We're all having fun. Come on. The good news is, even if this game goes the way that it's going, it's 21-3 right now. The good news is the schedule gets easier. We play the NFC North the next 2 games. We are already 9-point underdogs against the Lions at home next week. And who knows what we're going to be in Lambeau Field the week after that. Then we play the Pittsburgh Steelers. Always play well against Pittsburgh Steelers. So things are looking up for the old Cincinnati Bengals. Don't forget the Ravens are 1-3. David, that's why they pay you the big bucks, because that is a delightful reminder. And they also play the Texans this week. I don't know if there's been any news about Lamar Jackson's injury. They play the Texans this week, who haven't looked good, but, I mean, that's not an easy game. And they play the Rams next week. Like, it can get bad there in Baltimore, too. Which I don't know if you guys are bettors or anything, but I saw that. I think I saw this on Twitter that the Ravens are still like minus 300 to win the division, even though they're 1-3. Laura Rutledge on the screen. Fun fact about Laura Rutledge. When she got a Twitter, I was the first tweet she ever liked. I was a big Josh Rutledge fan. All right, we hand the ball off. It's a gain of 3 yards. Josh Rutledge played middle infield for the Red Sox and the Colorado Rockies. Her husband. Boyfriend at the time. Like, that was way back, like, in high school. 2nd and 7. 57 yards on the first drive. I remember I looked at how much we were outgaining them. It was like 57-8. It's been bad since. 2nd and 7. Jake Browning's 8 for 15, 66 yards passing today. 2 men in the backfield, 3 wide. They hand the ball off once again to Samaje Perine this time. It's a gain of about 5 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 2. This is a perfect time. Maybe this is a perfect time. Hear me out. Deep fade route. Back shoulder pass to T. Higgins. Let's try it. Let's try it. 3rd and 2. 0-5 on our last 5 third down opportunities. 5 men wide. 5 seconds to snap. They send the house. They blitz. And it's batted down beyond the line of scrimmage. They sent about 6, maybe even 7 guys, and we just did not get rid of it quick enough. It's going to be a 3 and out. How many did they send? 6 guys. They were really 5, but they showed 6. I mean, our line just can't deal with that. Just can't. No doubt about it. Just don't have it in them. So here goes Ryan Rico out to punt again. Rico's punt. Fair catch out to the 15-yard line. Is that? Whoa. He didn't catch it. He didn't catch the ball, right? Is that our ball? Is that our ball? I don't know. I don't know the rules. Someone tell me if that's our ball. What the heck just happened? Did he not catch the ball? Because if he didn't bobble that, then we probably are getting a penalty for hitting the guy. Dude, I think that's our ball. I don't know the rule. Oh, he has the right to the ball unless it hits the ground. Okay, well. Yeah, that's okay. I was going to say, if that's not our ball, then it's a penalty on us. Okay. I don't hate that penalty. That's just a play. Listen, that's not on the dude at all that got the penalty. I don't know who got that penalty called on him, but he's just trying to make a play, right? You stop before the dude, right? He calls fair catch, and he starts bobbling the ball. Your initial reaction is just going to be to take the ball too. I don't hate that at all. All right, that sucks that we just lost 15 yards, but that sucks. But it's just, I don't know who that's a play that just happens, I guess. Like, it's just a weird play. Just a weird play. All right. That's a penalty. They're going to have the ball at the 30. Oh, man, I would have preferred the 15, but point blank, if this game wasn't already over, point blank, if they score here, it is. It is. I'll call it. Man, that's a weird play, but that's a weird play, but I don't blame us at all. Almost very exciting. The Bengals' weapons are loaded with blanks. Pretty good. This feels like a long timeout. Long TV timeout. This computer's really working. That would have been really cool. And I understand why that rule's there. Because if that rule's not there, then dudes are just going to try and strip a punt catcher every time. I thought last year, was it last year when they just kept shoving a blocker into the punt catcher? And it's pretty clear that they stopped blocking dudes near the punt catcher or the punt receiver. Are they still talking about this? Okay. I was going to say, they already made the call. Craig Salen's already moved on to next Sunday. Ha ha! All right, here we go. I mean, I don't know what's taking so long. Oh, so they took away the penalty? So how did we not get the ball then? What the hell? I don't know what the hell happened. They hand the ball off to J.K. Dobbins. He gets to the second row and he gets a 9-yard gain. Well, how do you take away the penalty, but then we don't get the ball? There's no penalty, but it's wherever he touches the ball, it's dead. Like once he touches the ball, it's dead. Is that the official rule? It's got to be, right? It's a quick game at least. It's moving at a really good pace. 2nd and 1, 5 seconds to snap. Big package for the Broncos, and they hand the ball off once. I mean, they're just going to run it down our throats, aren't they? I mean, they're going to shorten this game unless we can put points on the board. They're going to shorten this game. Did I say earlier that I think the Bengals have a shot in the division? No. I might have said it. But if I did say it earlier, I rescind it now. Bo Nix dropping back to pass. Looking over the middle of the field, incomplete pass. There is a flag on the play. So it's offsides on the offense. As someone who's been in a booth calling high school football games and college football games, not at a high level, but calling high school football games, it's not fun for the broadcasters when there's this many penalties. I can only imagine. I can't hear Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Apparently Troy Aikman's been complaining about it, but these penalties are absurd. Second and 10, we decline the penalty. We send a blitz from the safety. Bo Nix just finds a man out in the flats, and he shakes all the way for a 15-yard gain. Who's our cornerback out there on that side? Someone tell me who our cornerback is on that side. He's doing a terrible job. I mean, we're just not coming anywhere. Yeah, that's a bad block. That's not a legal block. You can't block. You can't just trip people up. J.K. Dobbins, those Ohio State dudes are always breaking the rules. Hand off to J.K. Dobbins. We did a good job at least sealing up the line. Then he falls forward for 5 yards. There's another flag. Kirk Cousins to Cincy. James, I love the optimism, but what do you see in this team thinking that Kirk Cousins is going to turn this thing around? Like, you think Kirk Cousins is the missing link here? I don't mean to get on you, but it's just like, seems silly. So, personal foul on an offensive lineman. Clearing out, helmet-to-helmet contact. It would make it worth. We'd at least score a little bit more than we're currently scoring. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. If we don't have to pay his contract and it costs us a 6th-round pick, sure, I'm on board. But why would the Falcons do that? 1st and 25. Bo Nix dropping back. Finds J.K. Dobbins out in the flats. We do a good job at coming up. It's a gang tackle. It's a gain of 3 yards. Les Anderson says, bingo, Reed. Nothing can save this misery from occurring. I'm just scared about the talks we're having in like 2-3 weeks if this continues. David Bloom says he'll take Agent Russell Wilson. I don't think Russell Wilson would play well with this team. I think we need someone who can throw it over the middle of the field. Kirk Cousins can do that. Jake Browning can actually do that. Russell Wilson cannot. That's got to be a hold. Screen pass gets it out to about 3rd and 12. And there is a flag. Yeah, it's going to be a hold. Do we take it? An eligible man downfield. Okay. So they'll repeat 2nd down. This is a gross game, guys. This is disgusting. An absolutely disgusting football game. Can we please make it interesting at all? 3rd and 14. Screen pass. They get 4 yards. Really nice play by Geno Stone. Geno Stone came up. Penalties. We have 9 for 50. They have 5 for 57. They've had the ball nearly twice as long as we have. All right, I'd like to sing this song one time. Thanks for that quote from Troy Aikman. The thing I love about Troy, about Monday Night Football, is Troy ain't afraid to talk some Schmidt. Like Chris Collinsworth, and then now I'm going to talk about broadcasters, so I guess that's what I'm going to talk about here when it's 21-3, 6:20 to go in the 3rd quarter, and it's just been hideous. Red Rocks. Hey, I've been there. Saw Turnpike Troubadours there. And the Red Clay Strays. Any fans? Any Turnpike Troubadours, Red Clay Strays fans? American Aquarium, I think, was the opener for those 2 bands. I've been there, Red Rocks. Fantastic venue. If you get a chance, you like music, you like going to live music, go out there. It was beautiful. But be prepared. You're gonna be short of breath. But while I'm talking about broadcasters, Chris Collinsworth, I think, does a really good job. And he's always the positive guy. Troy Aikman ain't afraid to be like, hey, this is how it is right now. And this ain't very good. So. WTI Trader says, Troy Aikman wants to say it's so bad that Zach Taylor sucks. Catch a sunrise there. Did that in May. Ooh, I did not do that. I did not catch a sunrise there. I need to go up in the mountains. Need to do a little more hiking. Sounds like I'm going to be doing a lot of running tomorrow. AJ Worth says, Buck Aikman is the best primetime NFL duo right now, in my opinion. Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, there's 3, and they're the best. I don't think there'd be a single football fan that disagree with you. Truly don't think that. Trico and Chris Collinsworth are very, very good. I think Al Michaels and Kirk, I don't know if it works all that much. Can I fit in a marathon between off the bench and the Cubs game? Cubs game's at 3. Off the bench ends at 11. It'd be about 4. It'd take me probably about 4.5 hours if I had to guess. 4:15. Was quietly planning to run a marathon in November, but without people running with me, it might actually take like 5 hours. There's something about the adrenaline of running with others. Running by yourself, you'd get bored in a hurry. Should I have to run around our block till I get just 70 laps around the block of the building? Bring back Andy Dalton. Guys, I respect you guys for wanting to get a quarterback here, but a quarterback ain't saving this. Jake Browning can save us right now. 1st and 10 from the 20. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Jake Browning has time in the pocket, looking over the middle of the field, finds a man. It is Andre Yoshivas for a big gain. There we go. Is that the most yards in that one play that we've had since the end of the first quarter? Someone tell me. Here, someone tell me. And just like that, I'm in. I need 100 likes if we're going to score here. First and 10 from the 42-yard line. Browning looking over the right side. Finds Jamar Chase on a slant route. Gain of 9 yards. Okay, we're working. I lost my shoes untied. We're going to tie it right now. Longest play of the game. Previous long was 2019. All right. Handoff to Chase Brown. Gets the first down. Ooh, and he's fumbling his way. For more yards. Big carry there from Chase Brown. That's right, Craig. This offense, let's get excited. A little in and out. Let's go. 4:55 to play in the third quarter. Pistol formation for Jake Browning. 4 men in the backfield. We fake the handoff. Browning's got to get rid of it. There's going to be a hold, and we throw it at Chase Brown's feet. It's going to be intentional grounding because I don't think he got it back to the line. No, I will be honest, guys. I don't know. It's definitely going to be a hold. Yep. AJ Work says 99% of passes are outside the numbers in Zach Taylor's offense because it's a garbage offense. Yeah, you gotta attack the middle of the field. You really do. 1st and 20, and with a backup quarterback, you don't like that. I mean, we got to get 8 yards here on this first play. Browning back to pass, and he's going to get sacked. This is what makes us a bad team. Good teams, all teams at all levels of football, at all levels of sport have bad plays, have bad things happen. Bad teams compound them. We are constantly compounding them. It's bad play after another. So you get the hold. It's 1st and 20. What do? You lose 7 yards on the next play, and now it's 2nd and a billion. 2nd and 27. It's $10 Uber ride to the first down line. 2nd and 27 here. 3 seconds on the snap. Screen play out to Chase Brown. Chase Brown avoids 1 tackle and then is brought down near midfield. It's a gain of 10 yards. Not a bad third down play. What do we have to do to go for it? We got to get to 4th and 3, 4th and 5. We got to get 12 yards here, and we'll probably go for it. Anything less than that, we're going to punt it away. Get Vance Joseph's face off my screen. Third and 17. Make a play for us one time, Jake. Come on. 4 seconds to snap it. They send 4 guys. Jake does have time. Now he's got to avoid the pocket. There's someone behind him, and he just dumps it away. 4th and 17, we're going to be punting. We had 2 good plays. Jake, just throw it downfield, dude. Just throw it downfield. Is T. Higgins all right? Someone tell me, please tell me T. Higgins is all right. Good punt by Ryan Rico. Other than the terrible punt that probably put us in, that began the momentum that led us to this point right now. He's done a pretty good job tonight. Someone break the news to Reed. This has to be the worst offense in the league. Yeah, I was told Jake Browning was a top 15 quarterback or whatever Rich Eisen said. Whatever everyone wants to talk about. The offense just isn't good right now. Just not. Just not good. Just not good. To be fair to us, I think we played some good defenses. Denver's a good defense. Browns are good defense. Vikings are a good defense. I don't know if Jacksonville's that good of a defense. They're probably middle of the pack. And we haven't played any gimmies defensively. Like the Browns are a gimme as a team, but and I don't know how good the Vikings are. I think the Jaguars are going to win that division. I think that might look back. I think that might be a good win, good feather in the cap come the end of the year. I mean, you play an NFL schedule, it's tough, man. It's tough. Vance was our DB coach from 14-15. Did he go straight from our DB coach to coaching the Broncos, or did he take a job somewhere else first? Because he was their coach for a couple years. He got a DC job between there. Who's he the DC of? Dolphins, okay. Say what you want about Marvin Lewis. Dude had a good coaching tree. Mike Zimmer, Vance Joseph's a good coach. Jay Gruden. Bengals are bad. You know what, honestly, and this is where I'm sympathetic to almost all. I was a big Andy Dalton fan. I liked Marvin Lewis. I like pretty much every controversial character, Zach Taylor, in Bengals fandom. I was probably on the side that I thought he was good. The thing I hate most about Marvin Lewis's career, and it ran its course here in Cincinnati, there's no doubt about it. Marvin Lewis was a good football coach. I just don't think it worked here. Like, I think Marvin Lewis could have worked somewhere else, and he would have never gotten another shot. Reed, watch out for the Hamilton cops tonight. Thanks. This Bengals team's just no good. We're just no good. Just not very good. All right, 1st and 10. Deep in their own territory, hand off to J.K. Dobbins, and they get a gain of about 3 yards. We got Chase talking to Zach Taylor. That's always good. Jamar Chase, 4 receptions, 23 yards. 2nd and 7, 2:18 to play here in the 3rd. Let's make this, just please, God, make this somewhat interesting. Bo Nix gets a pass on a 1st down. They give him the 1st down? Got to have the 1st down, right? That little rollout to the back, the hitchback, whether it be the tight end or a running back or a fullback, works every time, man. And things are imploding. I told you guys this was going to get bad. If they start losing games, it was going to get bad in a hurry. Screenplay, it's going to be a huge gain. 15 yards. RPO action. They get it out to Troy Franklin, the turtle. We got Steelers fans in here now. Get out of here, you fools. No Steelers fans. Boo. Dows are terrible. God, good RPO action. Have we ever seen the Bengals run an RPO? Genuinely speaking. Genuinely asking. First and 10 from the 32. Come on. Let's get the defense off the field. One time. Hand off to J.K. Dobbins. Nowhere to go. They have to run one more play here at the end of the third. No blood's going to be had unless they score on this play. No blood in the third quarter. Zach Taylor just looking stoic. Second and 10. And the Broncos will pull a little Bengals action and call a timeout. I don't know if Jamar Chase normally wears gloves or not. I really don't know. Glovegate is right. That's why we lost. Jamar wasn't wearing his gloves. What a disaster. I mean, what a disaster these last two games have been. After a 2-0 start. Who are they? They're going to lose next week. They'll win 3. They might win 4 games after that. The Broncos are going to be just fine. Oh, man. Second and 10. Bo Nix drops back to pass, and on second and 10, he checks down. And it's to Harvey, who will carry it past the line to gain, and it's a first down. This is giving me Steelers vibes last year. Anybody else? And they just kept dumping. I mean, that was a much closer game for us offensively, but they just kept dumping it down and 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 dumping it down. And we look up at the end of the game, and the Pittsburgh Steelers' horrific offense has 500 effing yards. And it's all a result of not being able to put any pressure on a quarterback at all. None at all. Everything's working for them. They're running the ball well. They're throwing it downfield. They're checking it down and getting 12 yards. Bo Nix almost 300 yards. Thanks, Craig. I mean, this is... Oh, my gosh. This is such a terrible 2-game stretch. As much fun as I had doing this for the first 2 games, man, oh, man. 100. I hope we end with less than 200 yards. Yeah, let's put our 4s up, baby. You know what? We get a stop and a score. We're right back in this thing. We get a stop and a score. Reminder, guys, by the way, we stopped them at the goal line. We stopped them at the 2-yard line just to show you how bad things are. Like, we got a big interception, a huge play when it was 14-3. We got the ball back. 4's up though. 4's. Here you go. Here. I'm in here. This is coming right from Rita-Roo, baby. Bam. 4's. Feel like Blake Maislin up in this. Yeah. Bunch of 4's. We win every quarter. We cannot lose. It is, if we were doing this like a boxing match, or we were doing this, did we win the first quarter or did they score before the end of the first quarter? They score all 21. I don't have that in front of me. They score all 21 in the second quarter? We tied. That's right. We tied the third. That's right. They scored right before the end. All right. Well, we can't win. We're down. It's 2-0-1. But we tied the third quarter, baby. 1st and 10 for the Denver Broncos. They hand the ball off to Harvey. Harvey is met by our safety. There's a flag. Please give us a holding. Golly. Gosh. There's a church. There's a Catholic church across the street. I haven't been to church in like 3 weeks. But I'll go this week, please. If you give it, thank you. We got to hold. Now, hold me to that. I got to go to church now. I can't make deals with God then not own up to him. Someone hold me that. Saying I probably have to go midweek. I think St. Pete's has an 8A tomorrow. 1st and 19. Come on. Five seconds. 3, 2, 1. Stretching, and there's another flag. This is a miserable watch. I wish I could be at home, not because I don't want to do this for you guys. This is so much fun sometimes. But it's more because I wish I could hear Troy Aikman complaining about the refs the entire time because I know he's losing it. Joshua Morgan, you're a pastor. Well, thanks for being here, Josh. I'm Catholic, so I won't be at your church, but 1st and 24, deep pass, looking downfield, incomplete. This defense is elite. What a terrible pass from Bo Nix to Troy Franklin over the middle of the field. 2nd and 24, let's go. I just let that one go right through. My Reds buzz is gone. They play tomorrow. Puck and Aikman are terrible or miserable calling this game right now. I'm sure they are. 2nd and 24. Nix over to his left. Finds Harvey in the flats. And Demetrius Knight. Man, I'll tell you what. Demetrius Knight's putting a heck of a... I really like Demetrius Knight. He's been very good this year. That's a good draft pick. What would we take him in the second? We take Demetrius Knight in the second? Yeah, that's good. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Third and 20 for the Denver Broncos. I swear if they get a first down here. Over the middle of the field. All right, they're going to be short. They're going to be punting it. All right. 4th and 9 from Denver's 44. And we're down 18. With us being down 18, if we do go score, administrative consequences of this game, $5 super chat from Ben Riley. I don't know what you're asking, Ben. Oh, if we were firing people for this game? If we score, so I mean, this is a big if. But if we score, we go for 2, right? Yeah, you go for 2. Yeah, you go for 2. You got 3 tries to go for 2 once, right? You just got to go for 2 because it's a 3 touchdown game. No, if you get to 16, then it's a field goal. All right, yeah, you go for 2. And then if it's a touchdown, you just got to get one of them. Or that you kick the PAT if you don't get one of the first two. All right, we're on the same page. Make it a 10-point game. Gotcha. If you guys haven't noticed this about me, I am not good at math. I've recently found this out. I used to think I was good at math. I'm not good at math. A big history guy. History, geography, things I can just remember. I'm good at, like, thinking out problems, though. All right. Can we score and make this interesting? Can we score? I mean, I don't, like, there's 12, 13 minutes left. I don't think we've got the capacity to get a quick strike, 2-minute, 3-minute score. Because we're going to have to score 3 times regardless, and they have the ability to just run the ball. Taylor needs to answer for this. Ben Riley with this $2 super chat. Hey, Ben, cheers, but yeah, it's not been good. I mean, the penalties you can just negate to both teams this game's just been called very tight. Grossly tight. But everything else, man, this team just might not be very good. I guess I'm getting what I always asked for was for people to recognize how good Joe Burrow is. But it's becoming more and more the case that it's just disgusting regardless. Get it? It's a gold mine because that's what Denver was a gold mining town. That's why they're called the Denver Nuggets. I'm with you, Josh. Joshua Morgan said, I thought that these teams' culture was on point. Yeah, I thought this team's culture was on point too. But it's clearly something's off. All right, 1st and 10. Jake Browning over to Chase Brown, middle of the field. Chase makes a man miss. That's a really nice run after catch for Chase Brown. His eyes are drooping, Blackmore. I always look like this. Look at me at 10 in the morning. Take pictures of me at 10 in the morning. My eyes look like they droop. Haro, get out of here. 1st and 10. And that one squicks through Jamar Chase. 2nd and 10. Jamar has to put the gloves back on. Glovegate is back, baby. 4 pre-snap penalties is not a good look for the OC. Procedural penalties. Oh, man. 2nd and 10. Jake Browning. He's got to get rid of it, and he's sacked. It's going to be 3rd and 15. 3rd and 16 from the Bengals 27. This is miserable, guys. I just want one touchdown. And we're just simply not going to get it. 3rd and 16. Here we go. Jake Browning rolling out to the right. And he throws it short to Samaje Perine. There's super bright lights in here that shine on different spots of the studio. And I want to stare at them till I can't see anymore after what I've watched this entire game. Hey, we won the turnover battle. We're winning the turnover. Look at us. We're winning the turnover battle. Key to a game. Win the turnover battle. End every drive in a kick. We're doing that. We're ending every drive in a kick. Put yourself in a good spot. You win the turnover battle and end every drive in a kick. $10 super chat from Ben Riley. Joe, like Lamar and Mahomes, is so good they compensate for problems we otherwise wouldn't ignore. It lets the coaches get off easy. At this point, the problem isn't even scheme. It's structural. Yeah. No, you're right, Ben. There's something deeply wrong with this team. Offensive line's not good. We know the quarterback play isn't going to be good with the backup. Like, I don't know where you can say this is going good. Play calling's not good. Secondary's not good. Defensive line's not good. I think our linebackers have played okay. Investing in Chase and Higgins is costing y'all. I mean, what were we supposed to do with Jamar Chase? Not pay Jamar Chase? I don't think it has anything to do with it. I'd probably agree. I think Joe Burrow is so otherworldly good that it was clear that the team was built better 3 years ago than it is probably now. Everything but maybe the offensive line. I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty clear that Joe Burrow is so good that he makes the rest of this team look good. If I see one more chicken chili commercial on my screen, I'm gonna throw up. R.I.P. to Ben Riley's grandma. Hey, cheers, brother. I'm not blaming it on Jake Browning. Blackmore says you can't blame it all on Jake Browning with this O-line. I'm not blaming it all on Jake Browning. I'm blaming it all, the whole shebang, dude. The whole shebang. There's a handoff to J.K. Dobbins. It's going to go for 12 yards. If you ask me right now, time is 11 o'clock, 5 till 11. What the number one problem with the Cincinnati Bengals is. I would say the number one problem with the Cincinnati Bengals is their scouting department. It just is. We don't draft well. We're not hitting on free agents. Just like most of us in our jobs, it's understaffed. What scouting department? That's a good question. Bengals are straight up bums. Probably. Come on. 2nd and 4. Ball on the right hash mark. Handoff to J.K. Dobbins, and he's brought down just beyond the line of scrimmage. Chris Jenkins with the tackle. He has yet again given up on calling the game and has resorted to camaraderie in the chat. That's right. I don't know. Yeah, 3rd and 1. If it gets exciting again, I'll get right back. I need Mr. Morale and the big steppers in here to get me up. I just want us to see a score. We're going to go 2 weeks with 1 touchdown, and it was a garbage touchdown to Drew Sample as the Denver Broncos take it across midfield. Stop sucking off the front office, Reed. I just said that's the biggest problem with the team is the front office stinks. The scouting department stinks. When I say that they need a better scouting department, I'm talking about the back office. It's understaffed. There's not enough people there. Not enough smart people there. There's no edge. Nothing to make you think this is getting better. Our only hope is some blonde boy who's hurt 50% of the time he's scheduled to play. He's unbelievable. He's my favorite football player ever. But he's our only hope ever. When he goes down, we can sit here and hold on to some big glorious thing called hope. But we know it's all a facade. 2nd and 9, baby. I formation, a handoff. J.K. Dobbins. Yeah, rip that ball on out. Get it. Yeah, let him get it 15 yards. We met him 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage, but DJ Turner's trying to strip it, and he gets all the way to the first down. Met here. So he gets 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 yards after being met by Juan Drago Turner because Juan Drago's trying to strip it, which I don't blame it. J.K. Dobbins with a 20-yard gain now. Reed, you've been defending Zach Taylor forever. Yeah, Zach Taylor has won 5 playoff games. You know how many playoff games the franchise won in their first 50 years of existence? 5. And yeah, it was probably all Joe Burrow. But I'm still going to give credit to Zach because you know what? This team had him. He was our head coach. And there's several things that you could point to, whether it be the first drives of the game, whether it be the fact that they never had any penalties, whether it be the team constantly seemed like they all liked each other, so I'll give them chemistry. So yeah, I'll defend Zach Taylor. Now I can't. But I'm telling you, 3 years ago I could, because at that point he had the 2 best teams that I've ever seen as a fan. And when you're the head coach of a team and you're at the helm of the 2 best teams I've ever seen as a fan, I'll give you credit. And I'll do that in perpetuity. How many playoff games have they won? 0. But to be fair, they won 0 the 30 years before Zach got there. How many has Reed had tonight? I might count 4. But it is about 2 hours past my bedtime. I normally go to bed at like 9:30. Third and 5. Can we hold them to 3? Ooh. Give this a 3-score game. Hold them to 3. 5 minutes left? No, we don't. Harvey passes it off, and it's 27-3. I might have to run a freaking marathon tomorrow. I don't know what to say, guys. I don't know what to say. It's 11 o'clock. I'm defeated. I'm defeated as a fan. I'm down. Just absolutely down. The good news is the Cincinnati Redlegs play tomorrow at 9 o'clock. They play tomorrow at 9 o'clock. If they win that one, they'd have to win one more to get to the NLDS. The Cincinnati Reds have not advanced in the postseason since 1995. Big NLDS win off the bat of a Hamiltonian. Mark Lewis, pinch hit grand slam in game 4 or 5 of the NLDS that year. Second overall pick from Hamilton, Mark Lewis. This is not a good Bengals roster. Don't forget to get a sack of sliders on the way home for you. Oh, man. I've lost my voice from yelling. I've fully lost my voice from yelling. I don't even know the last time that's happened. It was probably the last time I went to a Bengals game. This dipshit will continue to make excuses for Zach Taylor. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I can tell you, though, that I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. We got rid of Lou Anarumo, and the Colts defense looks pretty good. I've just had, I don't know, it's just been a bad few years as a Cincinnati Bengals fan. Maybe you go through 21 and 22. What's the Andy Bernard quote from The Office? You don't realize. Wish there was a way to realize you're in the good times while you're still in them. We thought Joe Burrow was going to certainly win us a touchdown or win us a Super Bowl, and maybe he still will. Maybe he still will. 500 yards given up to the Denver Broncos today. But people forget we scored first. People forget that. We marched right down the field. And God bless these guys. I mean, Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. They haven't had to do a 4-hour watch-along. But they at least get to go to commercial. I get a 10-minute break at half. Can we put some points on the board? I'd prefer if I didn't have to run 25 miles tomorrow. Beep, 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 beep. You hear that? It's the sound of the Bengals offense going in reverse. Yeah, Hollywood Hogan. Get fired up, baby. Hollywood Hogan was a terrible character. 1st and 15 from the 30-yard line. Handoff to Andre Yosevas. End around. Hell yeah. Pulling out the gadget plays. Empty the bag, Zach. Empty the bag, baby. We're only down 4 scores. And 7 years ago, our founding fathers, I ain't going to do the whole thing. I could, but I'm not going to. Second and 10. Wait, did he step out of bounds? How did we not get any yards there? He definitely went upfield, no? What? 0 plays in Denver territory since their opening drive. We had a false start. That's right. 6-yard gain. Third and 9. This is the most pathetic offense I think I've ever seen. Take the snap. T. Higgins over the middle of the field. Short of the line of gain. And we're going to go punt. 4th and 3. Oh, man. 3-0. 28-3. Why am I thinking go for it? Yeah, who cares? If they don't, if they didn't get it, who cares? Try to do something offensively. Yeah, go look at that iPad. You know what? We're going to figure this out. You see? Actually, it's not an iPad. It's a Microsoft Surface. They use Microsoft Surfaces in the NFL. That Microsoft Surface is gonna figure it out. We'll get this back. We'll get this back, Jakey B. At least we didn't turn the ball over 4 times. You know what another... Golly, I'm going to get super worked up. You know what another just dumb thing that I was tired of seeing after the Jacksonville Jaguars game that we won was, oh, man, I think this offense works better with Jake Browning. I don't know why. I think it works better with Jake Browning because we moved the ball a few times with Jake Browning. Reminder, he turned the ball over 3 times. But I heard that for a week. This offense seems to fire off better with Jake Browning. Did you guys watch the offense last year? Did you watch it? And you watched Jake Browning for 2 quarters and be like, this offense last year was terrible. This offense isn't very good. Jake Browning, it works better with him. It's gonna work a lot better with Jake. And here we are, and it's not Jake's fault. It's not Jake's fault. It's just the fact that he's not Joe Burrow. Just is. He's just not Joe Burrow. It's just not. It's a shame. And I'm done telling you guys what's going on in the game. If you want to see what's going on in the game, this is as good as anything I'm going to tell you. And this is normally 2 plays ahead of me anyways. Trade for Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston. Why? Why? At this point, guys, I'm being dead serious. At this point, let's start over. I mean, maybe I should think about this more, but golly. It's just not going well. 2nd and 1. All right, 2-minute warning. Yeah, I'm at the point, like, what can we get for Trey Hendrickson? That's where I'm at. If we can get a 2nd-round pick for Trey Hendrickson and they'll take his contract, I would be tickled pink. Tickled pink. Hell, I'd even get rid of T. Higgins at this point, man. Ben Riley, thanks for dropping all these super chats, man. Look at the bright side. At least we'll get good draft picks and an easy schedule next year. Dude, you're not winning a game for 3 months with Jake effing Browning. I don't care. I don't think we're doing anything with Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston. And we're not making the postseason. So, punt it all away, baby. And also, Russell Wilson just got benched for Jackson Dart, and they beat one of the best teams in the NFL the first week that he's been benched. And Jameis Winston's their third string, right? So what are we talking about? Yeah, trade T, man. Trade T, trade Trey. Let's try it again. Because I don't know if you've seen this. We're not going to win Sunday. I hope I'm wrong. Golly, I pray I'm wrong. Well, we ain't going to win Sunday. And it probably ain't going to be close. The star of the Monday Night Football game. Who are we saying the star is? Who's the player of the game? You know, I think the player of the game is Zach Taylor. Because though his team didn't play well, he got the team ready to go, had a good scheme. Zach Taylor deserves some kudos. You can't trade Jamar Chase. Yes, I'm kidding about Zach Taylor. You guys have just been telling me all night that we need to fire Zach Taylor, and I'm just appeasing y'all. So tired. So tremendously tired. You have tickets to the Lions game, Harum? Hey, you enjoy that, man. You earned it. Zach, call a timeout. Oh, my God, call a timeout right now. Do it. Do it. Do it. It'd be fun. It'd be fun right now. Make him punt it. Oh, man. 2 games. Needed to win one of them. You scored one touchdown. One touchdown. And it was a garbage time touchdown. We went up 3-0 though. Hey, good win to the Broncos of Denver. As much as I would love to say that was fun, it simply was not. And I wrote a check on my Twitter account that I don't know what I'm going to do. I said I was going to run a mile for every point that the Bengals lost by tonight. They won't. They lost by 25. So we'll see what I do about that. But for now, Craig, throw the graphic up and I'll get you guys situated for the final show.
the post-game show, but nobody's excited to be here, including ourselves. So let's do this and get it over with. Andrew, I couldn't help but be reminded of the children's book Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day. And look, I thought we reached rock bottom last week against the Vikings. Turns out that rock bottom is quite the valley because the Bengals are still there. They lose 28-3 on Monday Night Football to the Denver Broncos. And like I said, this was not a pretty game, Andrew, was it?
Not at all. And to me, I don't know about you, Craig, but it almost feels worse than last week. Because last week it felt like everything went wrong that could have gone wrong. And, if you fix some of those things, you turn the ball over 5 times in a game. Like, you ask anybody, we turned the ball over 5 times, we're going to lose, as bad as the Bengals did last week. But when you don't turn the ball over and you put up 3 points with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins running routes out there, that's pretty hard to swallow, especially how they looked on the opening drive. So yeah, it was awful.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, we talked ourselves into last week saying, well, the game just got away from you. It was close until the turnovers. And those are things that aren't going to happen every week. And they didn't happen every week. But guess what? This offense is still not very good. Whether it's Jake Browning, whether it's Zach Taylor, whether it's Dan Pitcher, whether it's the offensive line, throw blame wherever you want to throw it. Quite frankly, right now, it just feels like across the board, nobody is performing at a level that they're going to need in order to be competitive in the NFL right now. Chase Brown dropped a pass. Jake Browning, obviously, he's just not to the level of Joe Burrow. There's not much more to say there. Zach Taylor and the play calling, we have gone on and on for years about that. So no point in going back down that route, but it just, across the board at this point, not very good. And then you look at the defensive side and, you got lots of missed tackles. We talked about it at the halftime about poor routes from Fig Newton and just up and down, lots of unfortunate plays and things that just were sloppy and were a poor reflection of this team and what they want to be. And when you end the game with 11 penalties for 65 yards, and only 9 touchdowns or 9 first downs. Wow, 9 touchdowns would be crazy, Andrew. 9 first downs. You finish with less first downs than you do penalties. It's just not very good. You finish the first half with 94 total yards and 80 penalty yards at that point. Just overall, just a really, really poor showing. And we'll talk about what comes next. But first, let's chat about how we got to 28-3. I did a little bit of a breakdown in the halftime of how we got through there the first half, but we'll give a reminder in case you didn't see it. The Bengals took the ball first, and Browning connected with T. Higgins on a 3rd and 6 for a 19-yard completion and a first down, but the Bengals were forced to settle for a 26-yard field goal on 4th and 2. Chase Brown on the drive, 3 carries for 12 yards, and the Bengals led 3-0. And for the first time all season, the Bengals defense stepped up and didn't allow a touchdown on the opponent's opening drive. Broncos go 3 and out. But the Bengals were unable to take advantage. They had a 4th and 2, were lined up to go for it, appeared to draw the defense off sides, but unfortunately a false start was called against Ted Karras. Ryan Ricow with a shank of a punt for just 24 yards. Broncos took over at their own 36. A couple plays later, Bo Nix scrambles for 6 yards and a touchdown. Broncos led 7-3 and didn't look back from there. Bengals ensuing drive. They had a 36-yard completion to T. Higgins called back for an illegal formation on Amarius Mims. They immediately followed by a false start by Dylan Fairchild. Also got a delay of game on the drive, ended up punting it away. The Broncos, Cam Taylor-Britt missed a tackle and Cortland Sutton ran for 22 yards. And then Marvin Mims, he took a end around and a terrible angle by Fig Newton allowed Mims to find the end zone, 16-yard touchdown. Broncos lead 14-3. On the Broncos' next drive, on 4th and 1 at the Cincinnati 2, Denver decided to go for it. Nix picked off by Demetrius Knight Jr. in the end zone in what felt like it could have been a turning point, but unfortunately the Bengals yet again unable to take advantage. 3 and out for the Bengals offense. Give the Broncos the ball back with just over a minute to go. And they get a 28-yard completion on 3rd and 10 to Marvin Mims. Cortland Sutton then found in the back of the end zone for a 20-yard touchdown catch. And the Broncos went into half with a 21-3 lead. Thrilling, absolutely thrilling start to the second half. Broncos punt, Bengals punt, Broncos punt, Bengals punt, Broncos punt, Bengals punt. Broncos get the ball back, and they take a methodical drive. 10 plays, 76 yards, 6 minutes and 11 seconds off the clock, including 8 rushes for 52 yards. Bo Nix finds a wide open RJ Harvey for a 12-yard touchdown pass, and the backbreaker 28-3 is your final. The Broncos 37 straight game stretch without a 100-yard rusher broken. J.K. Dobbins breaks that number for the first time in 37 games. He finishes the day with 16 carries for 101 yards. The Broncos rushing attack, 38 carries, 186 total yards, just under 5 yards per carry. Bo Nix on the day, 29 of 42, 326 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the 1 interceptions. The Bengals offense failed to reach Denver territory after the first drive of the game in what was a terrible offensive showing. And let's get to that now, Andrew. This was, quite frankly, an embarrassment. You talk about that first drive and you get a little bit of excitement going, and then literally the rest of the game, nothing. Absolutely nothing. They start the game with a drive, 62 yards for a field goal. They end the game after all is said and done. Remember, 62 yards on the opening drive. They end the game with 159 yards. Bengals able to get less than 100 yards after their opening drive, the remainder of the game. I don't even know where to start, Andrew, with the offensive struggles here. I'll let you just give me what you think. Where do we start?
Tonight, this isn't a tonight thing. This is a season thing since Joe Burrow's been around thing, but obviously offensive line. I don't even know what to say about it at this point. It's terrible. They threw Rivers out there tonight. I'm interested to see how he grades out tomorrow. And Craig, you're going to have to text me when you see Amarius Mims' grade come out, because if that thing is above 30, we might have to throw out everything that PFF gives us going forward, because he was abysmal. And so was everybody. Nobody gets a free pass on the O-line. Obviously, Jake Browning is not Joe Burrow. You think you don't need him to be Joe Burrow until, Joe Burrow gets back, and, he's just not going to make the same types of throws with the same amount of accuracy. That's just the bottom line. He's not going to be able to extend plays the same way that Joe Burrow does. And we knew that. So you knew that you'd have to get creative with play calling. You'd have to be really good in the quick passing game. You thought that you would have to run the ball a lot better. And all these things that I'm listing are things that you can cross off that the Bengals did not do tonight. I mean, they just did not follow a winning game plan tonight, except for that very first drive. And then from that point forward, it was just a complete crapshoot on offense. There was no sort of rhythm. There was no sort of anything at all. They never got any momentum going. They never ran the ball well. Brown averaged 4 yards a carry on 10 carries, but that doesn't matter. 10 carries, it doesn't matter. So it was just really frustrating. And as frustrating as it was to watch the defense play, it's more frustrating watching the offense and knowing what they're capable of. And you can say that Jake Browning's out there. We saw this team with Jake Browning out there in the past, and they scored more than 3 points and had more than 150 yards. So you can't tell me that they're not capable of that. So it's almost more frustrating. It is more frustrating to watch the offense do what they do than the defense, because my expectations are different for those two groups.
Yeah, that's a good point. I thinking back to the game, and obviously we watched the whole thing. Reed did his play along. I don't know that I can tell you what the Bengals game plan was coming into tonight. And you can say what you want about the game becoming 21-3, but even in the first drive and beyond, I don't know really what the Bengals game plan was to try and attack this Denver defense. And I talked about it. I talked about it in the pregame show about how Denver likes to hit the quick passes and the early slants and the screen passes. And the Bengals defense didn't really seem ready for that either. There were broken tackles and bad routes and allowing players to pick up extra yardage that shouldn't have been available. And it just, screams of lack of preparation, lack of an understanding of your identity. And for a team who, we talk about it with the Reds all the time, right? And I put out a tweet about a quote from someone the other day about how the Reds insist on this identity that they don't even take into consideration when creating their game plan. And and it just feels like the Bengals are the exact same way. Like I legitimately with Joe Burrow down, do not know what this Bengals identity is now, because you can't rely on Jake Browning. You can't rely on the running game. Jake Browning tonight, 14 of 25, 125 total yards. I mean, I don't know where you go, and I don't know what the plan is. And you look at, we'll talk about it in a minute. You look at next week and you face the Detroit Lions at home. Well, you're going to have to get into a shootout with them. And this offense certainly doesn't seem capable of doing that. And, I don't know what the answer is. You talk about the offensive line, you talk about the lack of a running game, you talk about Jake Browning. There are so many holes at this point with this team, a team that we had so much confidence in coming into the season. I can't help but just turn to the coaching staff. And I'm not one that typically likes to immediately try to jump on a coaching staff. The players have to go out there and execute and all of that. But this team's inability to adjust to Jake Browning, this coaching staff's inability to really protect Joe Burrow year after year, I'm at a point where I'm really starting to question things. And whether that's Dan Pitcher, whether that's Zach Taylor, whether that's positional coaches, I don't know, but accountability has to happen, Andrew. Where do you start with it? If you're Duke Tobin, if you're, Mike Brown, where do you start with accountability at this point?
Well, we've seen different coordinators in the Zach Taylor tenure. We've seen different position coaches. And at a certain point in time, it's not those guys. It's just not. And I like Zach Taylor. I think he's a good dude. I think he's a good coach. But if things don't turn around quickly, and I'm not going to say that it's going to be during the season, it might not even be at the end of this season, but his time is going to be running out, and it's kind of seeming that way right now. I'm not sure how many more times you can fire an offensive line coach, or you can change things up in your defensive positional coaches before you start to just look at the head coach and say, hey, man, it's not good enough, because it simply hasn't been now since the 2022 run. I think they made the AFC Championship game that year, and that was the last time that they really had any sort of sustained success, if I'm correct. So we're going on year 3 now of disappointment in Cincinnati. And that's something that's going to be really tough for ownership to swallow, for management to swallow, when you have Jamar, T, Joe. I mean, those 3 guys they're everything to the organization. They're everything to the city. And if you can't get it done with those 3 guys, how else are you going to be able to do it?
It's really tough, because I think that Joe Burrow likes Zach Taylor. I do. And obviously Dan Pitcher was Joe Burrow's QB coach. Now he's the offensive coordinator. And I think Joe probably likes them both. And for better or for worse, I legitimately do think that Joe has Mike Brown and Katie Blackburn and Duke Tobin's ear, and he gets what he wants. Now, unfortunately, sometimes that's selfish desires from Joe Burrow, right? I mean, he got his wide receivers. Yes, he pined for Trey Hendrickson in the media as well, but obviously the priorities were Trey and T, and those deals got done. They signed Mike Gesicki as well. So Joe gets what he wants, and the problem right now is I think Joe likes the coaching staff, but ultimately if the job's not getting done, it's got to start somewhere, right? And certainly it makes sense that last year Joe thought his team was good enough to make the playoffs with the offense that they had, but the defense didn't step up. And so Joe may have pushed for Lou's ousting. I don't know that, right? I don't, but ultimately the accountability had to be held somewhere, and it certainly wasn't going to be held anywhere on the offense after Joe's performance. And so now you turn to 2025, and again, Joe is out. So how much of it can you blame on the coaching staff? And you and I can sit here and put a lot of blame on them, but I don't know what the answer is. And, a lot of people during our live broadcast are calling for the Bengals to make a trade for a quarterback. If you're in the shoes of Duke Tobin or Zach Taylor, are you calling for Jameis Winston? Are you calling for Russell Wilson? Do either of those names or anybody else make an impact on this team at this point, Andrew?
2 weeks ago, if you asked me that, I'd probably say no. After watching the performance for the last 2 weeks, and it's hard to put this all on Jake Browning. But why not? I mean, what do you have to lose, really? A 7th round pick, maybe? Like, what are you really giving up for the third quarterback in the Giants system who doesn't even dress? Seriously, what do you have to lose? You might as well take a shot at some point, and if things don't get better, especially by next week, and next week is going to be as tough a test as this game was. I mean, Detroit is a serious contender. So, and I do want to push back on one thing a little bit, just because I think Joe Burrow, you mentioned that it might be selfish, and I don't know if it's, and this might just be me looking at him as Cincinnati's golden boy at the same time. But I don't know if it's selfish for him to, want those receivers. I really think that he thinks that's the best way to win games, or that they could win games, because that's what they've done. And I'm not sure if it's selfish or if it's more so just his opinion that that's best, if that makes sense. And I still
here's
think
what I'll say about that real quick. I think it's the quickest route to success. I don't know that it's necessarily set up for long-term success, because again, you're talking about a 1-year deal with Trey Hendrickson. The Bengals have shown no real indication that Trey Hendrickson will be here beyond this year. Certainly there's the opportunity that they could franchise tag him. And maybe that was part of the conversation with Trey when they signed him to a 1-year contract is, hey, you're getting a 1-year guaranteed with a 2nd-year option for a guaranteed $36 million or whatever that number comes in to be. Mm-hmm. But the truth of the matter is that there has to be an investment somewhere on that defensive side of the ball if Joe wants to have an opportunity for success. I mean, whether Joe is in the lineup or not, we saw last year the amount of times that Joe Burrow put up phenomenal offensive numbers, and the defense wasn't able to hold the opponent to low enough output to be able to keep that win. So yeah, I get it. Maybe it's not selfish. Maybe it's just Joe thinks that that's the best way to win right now, but there has to be a conversation at some point about what's best for the franchise and what's most sustainable. You've invested now in your quarterback and your 2 main wide receivers along, you've invested draft picks on the offensive line. What's next? Like, how do you go? What's the next step? Because you have $10 million in cap space right now. So, obviously you potentially could free some of that up if Trey signs elsewhere next year. But again, if you use the franchise tag on him, you're left with basically $5 million in cap space for next year. So how do you take the next step?
Yeah, well, I agree that I don't personally, I guess I should say that there's 2 ways that I see teams creating championships or building championship rosters. We look at the Kansas City Chiefs, who invest heavily in their defense, and then they have their all-star quarterback, right? And they're not necessarily paying a lot of guys on that offense that are skill position players. You have Pacheco, you have Kelsey, Tyquan Thornton, and Juju Smith-Schuster are out there running routes right now for the Kansas City Chiefs, right? So that's the one way that I'm seeing. That's not what the Bengals did. The other way is what the Eagles are doing, where they pay some of those skilled players on the offensive side of the ball. But what are they doing that we're not doing? They're drafting and hitting on their draft picks on the defensive side of the ball. And they are much better at that than we are. And I think that is really where we're lacking, is we're not getting the production from the draft picks. Miles Murphy, Dax Hill has his injury concerns, and the jury's still out on him, but it's been a few years now. How much longer do we give him? But there's so many of these guys, Cam Taylor-Britt, where you're spending top 3 round picks and none of them are hitting, at a certain point in time, that becomes the problem to me.
Well, that's Duke Tobin, right? So
Yeah.
Duke Tobin and the scouting staff is, again, we talked about accountability. You're not going to fire a scouting department mid-year. You're not going to fire Duke Tobin mid-year without some sort of accountability on the coaching staff, right? So Duke Tobin is beyond comfortable on this franchise right now. He's been with them for 20-something years. I don't think he's going anywhere. And so we talk about Zach Taylor potentially being on the hot seat coming into this year or being on the hot seat this year. Again, same thing. They let Marvin Lewis hang around for 16, 17 years. Like, I don't know that anybody on this staff, anybody in this front office has ever or really should feel heat underneath their seat right now, because I don't know that that's the Bengals MO. Like, prove me wrong, I guess would be what I would say to you. Yeah, they fired Lou Anarumo last year, but again, it was one of those things where it was so blatantly obvious that Lou Anarumo's defense was going to be blamed for the lack of playoff appearance last year. This year, you can point to so many things already about why the Bengals are not going to make the playoffs. And so to sit here and act like, oh, well, Duke Tobin's to be accountable in the scouting staff or whatever, like, yeah, sure, but that's not going to change right now. And maybe accountability changes nothing. And maybe the Bengals lose the next, maybe they lose the next 13 games and finish the year 2-15. But something has to change if you want to try and at least salvage something of this season so far, right? You fall to 2-2 today, which, as crazy as it is still within reach of the division, because the only team ahead of you right now is the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Baltimore Ravens are sitting behind you at 1-3. It's still in your control if you want to try and win this division and make the playoffs. As crazy as that sounds after the last 2 games and how bad they've looked, it's still within realm to potentially compete for the playoffs if you think that you have a chance, right? But if you sit there and do nothing, nothing's going to change.
Yeah, and that's one of the other really frustrating parts about this, is that the AFC, specifically the AFC North, seems like it's wide open this year, with Kansas City at 2-2. Baltimore is 1-3, obviously. If I was sitting here with Joe Burrow on my team, I wouldn't feel threatened by the Aaron Rodgers Pittsburgh Steelers that much. And so from that vantage point, it's almost more frustrating, because that the bar to get in this season is a little bit lower maybe than in years past, where you knew that you were going to have to go beat Baltimore twice or whatever it is, and we couldn't seem to do that. We couldn't even beat them once. So yeah, that is that's even harder, is a harder pill to swallow, knowing that if things were a little bit different right now, that the Bengals would be in a great spot to make the playoffs.
Yeah, how confident are you that this front office or coaching staff actually has any level of faith in this team to make the playoffs in order to actually go out and make some of those moves that we're talking about?
In this team right now, I can't imagine. I know what Zach Taylor's going to say, right? Like, we know what he's going to say in his press game after this, or post game after this, in his press conference. Like, it's the same thing when they lose games like this, where we got to regroup and watch the film and whatever. But how does he really feel? I have no idea. If I was him, I would be figuring out every way possible to try to get some more help, to try, because he has to know, that there's people that are going to be questioning his ability to coach, and at a certain point in time, that's going to come in the form of a hot seat, right? So he has to know that. And so I think that he probably wants them to make some moves to try to get this team to be better. And from the front office perspective, I really don't know. That it's so unlike them to do anything in season.
Yeah, which doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence. And it's like, all right, we talked about coming into this year about Chase Brown being a difference maker, about him having a breakout season after last year having 1,400 total yards, and how there's an opportunity now for him to have a great year. How, this Bengals offense is set up for success with Joe Burrow and with the wide receivers under contract and with Mike Gesicki, and you add Noah Fant, and you go out and you sign Dalton Reisner, and you draft 2 offensive linemen and all of these things. Like, all for what? And then Joe goes down, which, again, I'm not sitting here trying to blame Joe Burrow or for any of this, right? Like, it's not his fault that this organization is not set up to be able to succeed without him. But they can't run block. They can't pass block to give Jake Browning time. Jake Browning, as good as he may be as a backup quarterback in this league, can't get the job done or hasn't been able to get the job done. And so I don't know where you go. So I guess here's how I'll leave it is, I'm going to put you in, I guess, Mike Brown's seat. After the last 2 weeks, tell me what you do tomorrow, because I would have to start tomorrow morning. That would be the first things, right? So walk me through your plan.
Man, I think that I would probably make a call to New York, see what they got, see what you can do to possibly acquire one of their backup quarterbacks. Whether that, I'm assuming it would probably be Jameis Winston, because that would cost less. But, I would try to find something that is going to give this team a little bit more of a spark, and maybe even try to address the offensive line in some way. How that comes up, I really don't know. But there has to be some sort of changes made at this point in time. And it's just really tough to put your finger on one, because there's just so much that has to be corrected in order for this thing to get going in the right direction for this season.
Yeah, I know. I think that's part of what makes it so difficult, right? Is like, there are so many things that have to be fixed in order to turn this season around, that I don't know that this team will undertake it. This front office will undertake it. And
yeah, I agree.
I wish I could sit here with confidence and say, yeah, I think tomorrow morning I'm going to wake up, because I'm in the Central Time Zone, to reports of the Bengals checking on Russell Wilson or checking on Jameis Winston or whatever it may be, right? But I just don't know if I have any faith in that happening, as much as that sucks. And I don't know. It just, I wish I did.
Yeah.
did.
And the unfortunate thing is that I think that they're probably going to sit on their hands, do nothing, and hope that they get some luck or end up with a high draft pick or something like that.
I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat, including our own Casey McAllister, which surprises me, but a lot of people saying trade T. Higgins. And maybe it's just because they think that that's the player that they can get a return for. But T. Higgins just signed a 4-year contract, y'all. Like, he's not going anywhere. You don't sign a player to a 4-year contract in the offseason and turn around and trade him. Like, I don't understand the people that are saying, there's multiple people in the chat. It's not just Casey. I know I called him out because he was the last one I saw. But like, there were multiple people in the chat saying to trade T. Higgins. Like, literally in no world will there be a single call about trading T. Higgins. Not a single one. And I'm just putting it out there right now. If T. Higgins gets traded before 2028, the end of 2028, which would basically put it before the last year of his contract, kick me off a Chatterbox, kick me off of social media, do whatever you got to do, but like it's not happening. It just a non-starter, not only just for me, but for the Bengals. We just talked about how much Joe Burrow has seemingly control on the front office, and now you think that we're gonna turn around and trade one of Joe Burrow's guys. It just, am I crazy in that, Andrew? That's not happening, right?
No, if he was on a 1-year contract, maybe, but the fact that they just signed him to this, I cannot see that happening. And the other thing is, there's not a lot of teams that can, what is he getting paid annually? Isn't it 28 or 30 million a year, something like that?
Yeah, it's a deal. It's a steal.
Yeah. So how many teams right now that are competing and contending have that space to take on, especially for the upcoming seasons, or really have a need? I guess there's a couple out there that come to mind, but it won't happen. And it's like you said, like your goal as the front office, well, half of your goal is to keep Joe Burrow happy, and that would not do that. That'll be an anti-Joe Burrow move.
Yeah. All right. We've commiserated enough, I think, and which is a crazy statement to say as we move forward in our rundown to talk about what's up next. And let me tell you how excited I am to tell you that what's up next is Cincinnati hosting the Detroit Lions and that potent offense. They come in with a running back duo of Sonic and Knuckles, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, a passing attack with Jared Goff featuring Amon-Ra St. Brown, among others. Game 425, yet another national broadcast, this one on Fox. I'm sure many are thrilled that this is going to be one of the national broadcasts on Fox, but yet here we are. It is, here we go again. It is Stripe the Jungle week at Paul Brown Stadium, Paycor Stadium, I should say, excuse me. So I haven't actually seen a diagram of what colors to wear based on which sections you are in, but I'm sure the Bengals will put that out soon. But Andrew, talk me off the ledge. I'm in for a 45-10 beat down here by the Detroit Lions. Am I crazy?
No, I wish I could provide some optimism here. But during the game, my buddy is a Lions fan. I texted him and I said I might take Lions minus 30 next week. The way that we looked and the way that their offense moves the rock, it's just going to be. And they don't let up off the gas by any means. It's not like their running game isn't explosive to begin with, but they're going to throw the ball into the fourth quarter even if they're up by 4 touchdowns. So, the Bengals have their work cut out for them. It's going to be a big test for them. And honestly, there's no such thing as moral victories in the NFL. But at this point in time, I would just like to see them play some resemblance of a good game.
Yeah. Semblance is right. Like literally just show me something at this point. Show
me
something.
Yeah.
Because so far you've shown me very little in the last 2 weeks. And Dan Campbell shows no mercy. Not only is he going to run up the score, but he's not afraid to go for it on 4th down. And this Bengals defense better be ready to try and step up to the task, because I'm worried. Because as much as we talk about the Detroit offense, the Detroit defense is really good as well. I am nervous, to say the least. And yeah, we'll just have to see how things go. Because as of right now, coming into this week, the Detroit Lions are allowing just 293 total yards per game, only allowing 199 through the air, 94 on the ground, and allowing just 22 points per game. So we'll see how that goes, but Chatterbox Bengals will be with you when it happens. I don't know if Reed's going to be up for yet another epic night of Cincinnati Bengals watch along or not. We'll have to figure out exactly what the plan is for next week. But one way or another, we will have a Chatterbox Bengals for you next week, a live watch along starting at 4 o'clock with our pregame show. And then 4:25, we'll have our watch along. But before we even get there, Andrew, tomorrow night, if you want something to be excited about after tonight's game, it's time to turn the page, because Tuesday night, the Cincinnati Reds make their return to the postseason. 9:08 first pitch. Chatterbox Reds will go live with a pregame show at 8:30, and then a live watch along for the entire game starting at 9:08 p.m. The game being broadcast on ESPN. For the Dodgers, it will be Blake Snell. Blake Snell, the last time he faced the Reds, you know what he did? He threw a no-hitter. The Reds are going to be looking for payback. It happened in when Blake was with the San Francisco Giants. On the hill for the Reds, the ace, Hunter Green, 7-4 on the year, 2.76 ERA. Nick Kirby and Trace Fowler will be live throughout the entire game for you. We look forward to hosting you and having you for that. Tuesday's game is at 9:08. Wednesday, game 2 of the series is also at 9:08. Announced tonight while we were live, Zach Littell will take the mound for game 2 against the Dodgers. He'll go up against Yoshinobu Yamamoto in game 2. And then game 3, if necessary, will be Andrew Abbott for the Cincinnati Reds going up against Shohei Ohtani. Game taking place at Dodger Stadium, and I know we are all excited for the Reds to be back in the postseason. Obviously, they had their COVID postseason appearance, but the last time that the Reds appeared in a full season postseason was 12 years ago, as Reed whispers in my ear that he's not excited for the Reds to be in the postseason, but we all know he is. Andrew, any final thoughts on this one or on the Reds game tomorrow night?
Let's hope it's more entertaining than this one.
If the Reds lose 28-3 tomorrow night, I promise you I am not coming on a post-game show with Nick Kirby. I'm coming and just do the box score recap. I can promise you, Nick, if it is 28-3, your box score recap is going to be the Reds lost 28-3. But let's hope that doesn't happen. We hope to see you there tomorrow night right here on Chatterbox Sports YouTube. Make sure you follow us on social media. If you haven't already, please give a like. Reed was live for 4 hours tonight, taking you through this entire game. For Andrew Collinsworth, I appreciate you joining as well. Until next time, this has been Chatterbox Bengals. We look forward to seeing you next time and tomorrow night with Chatterbox Reds, all right here on Chatterbox YouTube. Until then, hooday and go Reds.
How dare Craig say hooday? See you guys.